the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Good evening. Come on in. Come on in. Shalom, shalom.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel.
Blessings. Hit the like button.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still.
Blessings.
To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel.
That's who we be.
We be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians.
Hit the like button.
The Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel.
That's right, the Most High is gathering Israel. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar of the Gathering of Christ Church here with our weekly podcast, whatever you would like to call it. It's our broadcast bringing forth the Most High's word and in preparation for the kingdom that will soon come. For those who don't know, okay, what you see before you isn't a religion. What we are doing here have nothing to do with religion. 0, 0, 0. Some people think because we utilize the Bible, which is our prophetic book given to us through our forefathers, when most people see a Bible, they think religion. No, the Bible have nothing to do with religion. The Bible is actually God's blueprint for morality on earth. Morality, civility, righteousness. And it's also the greatest, I would say, epic narrative ever put or placed into one book or work of literature. The greatest battle between good and evil. Christ shined on the darkness from the beginning. Principalities and powers were created before earth. What happened? There was a downfall. There was a rebellion in heaven. The dark evil that made the face of the deep is trapped here within the earth. When Christ shined on the darkness, put a firmament in the heavens, it trapped the fallen ones who rebelled against God. These became the gods of the Gentiles, the gods of this world, the judges the Most High destroyed before the flood. Many were bound in hell until a prophecy would come forth. What is this prophecy? That at the very end of the book of Revelations, that these spirits would be released from the river Euphrates at the very end. So what's going on? Well, AI and the technology, through the spirit, the dark spirit that was bound, Satan being the principalities and power of the air, they have used technology to connect back into hell, into the same gods who ruled before the flood. And you would never guess who that spirit is that led to the Most High destroying the earth in the beginning. It have connected the world to AI, which is a portal directly to the fallen gods who were bound in hell. That's right. And many of those spirits have been released on earth to assume their original positions, the political positions they had before the flood. That's the true great narrative of earth. Religion keeps this from us. Christianity, as we know it, is a smokescreen. Islam is a slave religion that worshiped the gods, the fallen gods. That's right, the gods of the Gentiles, folks, the Babylonian gods. Hindu, all your Eastern religions worship those same gods, and this is why they've all come together at the very end, using the technology that would bring their evil, dark gods to the forefront against the children of God, who we are. And if you knew the Bible, you would understand this narrative. The secret that have been hid for ages and generations is the fact that we had no idea blacks, Hispanics, North American Indians, those who fled into Africa and are still being oppressed and lied on in Africa. We had no idea that we were in fact, the physical people that are written of in the Bible. And that all of these systems since ancient times, that's right, were created by the dark gods that fell to destroy us before the promise is fulfilled. And that promise fulfilled is in Christ. What is the promise? That the Gentiles who we have suffered under will go down and are going down. And the children of Jacob will assume our rightful position on this earth, but it can only come through righteousness, morality. And that separates the light, who are the children of Israel, from the dark ones. Hit the like button. We have much to talk about right now. Much to talk about. May God help us through the eye of the storm. The eye of the storm. Let me update that. A multi-layered topic, being that we are in the midst of a so-called tornado. And that is, that narrative in of itself is on many levels. Many levels. We're going to talk about that storm tonight. We're going to also talk about the shutdown, the so-called government shutdown, what's really going on and what that means for all of us here in the earth, especially here in America. And we're going to have a real-time report from someone, a person in our church who's in the government over there. He'll only use his voice only, to tell us what's going on with the shutdown. We're going to deal with that storm, and we're going to deal with the real-time political storm being played against us. And it doesn't matter from which side of the aisle one would choose, Democrat or Republican. They are all serving the fallen gods aforementioned. All right? Now, before I go into the prophecies, the news, the reports I'm going to bring forth tonight, we're going to quantify it in time for you all to come in and weigh in on this discussion, as well as Zoom and or through phone call. Okay? I have to first report some very good news. Okay? In the midst of Babylon falling and the evil one seeking to kill everybody, right? In the midst of all this, the children of Israel is rising through the ashes, through the oppression. So I have to give the good news when there's so much, I would say, down news in the earth. You seldom hear good news. So I would like to thank all of the administrators, the parents, and all those who were involved and are involved in our homeschool, the I Am Royal Academy. So let's start there with some good news. The children of the Gathering of Christ Church, they were so excited. Look at our children on the first day of school. All over the earth, the I Am Royal Academy is happening. The first day of the school year started Monday, and the children are so excited. We have many testimonies of how parents are overwhelmed with the children coming in who have the biblical knowledge of our God, the understanding of the law, statutes, and commandments, and who are appreciative that they can use that knowledge with the education to become a better generation than we were. The parents are excited, the children are excited, and folks, this is a real school. This is a real school. All over the earth, this is what, through the Spirit of the Almighty, the Gathering of Christ Church, and all those that are behind the scene have been working on for a long time. Look at their roster. Check out their roster. Check out their roster, folks. This is just the 9th and 10th grade roster. We have school teachers. We thank brothers and sisters. There's one brother who's over the whole administration who will be interviewed soon. He's actually a professor at a serious college who volunteered his time to oversee this school as he would a real-time university. Look, there go their break. There you go. Music, break. Math, history, break. Gardening, French, break. Home Zoom. Tuesday, fitness, science, recreation, nutrition, break. English, break. Home Zoom. Wednesday, Home Zoom, Spanish, art, math, free time, home economics, music, break, fitness, nutrition, Zoom. Thursday, Home Zoom, history, break, recreation, fitness, English, reading, break. Friday, free time, math, art, recreation, in preparation for Sabbath. All throughout the earth, I am royal. The children are excited. So are the parents, so are we. And now we don't have to worry about the indoctrination and the sickness that we see aimed towards destroying the minds of our children in what we would call modern day public demonic school. Our children have been from that demonic hold that we call school. Okay? The children. Look at them. Great news. Now here's some news. The children, high education they're receiving, and they don't have to pay absolutely nothing. Their parents don't have to pay absolutely nothing. Now, transparency. It takes a lot for us to actually do this. So we paid the Gathering of Christ Church to get this off the ground, and at least the first month that it would cost, which is an exorbitant cost. We never want to charge the parents anything. $10,000 a month right now for all the students we have, and it's over 300 students, around 300 students. $10,000 a month is what it takes to keep this particular school going. Another brother, through the Spirit of the Almighty, donated $10,000 strictly for this school, and that go to help another month towards this particular school. And I'm saying this, the only way this will continue is through the donations that come in directly for this. And guess what? If you donate to help this school, the money will go to nothing else but this school. Okay? We don't do that. If money comes to the church, it don't go to Elder Ricard Shiar. It goes to the church. I work for whatever I get. Okay? I work. What belongs to the church is the church. What I work for belongs to me. And I know the Most High is watching, so I don't touch what doesn't belong to me. My mother always told me growing up, 2 things you can't trust, and it will definitely lead to a third thing. You can never trust a thief or a liar, because those 2 add up to death. All right? Now, I don't have to say that, but I'm just letting you know. I can understand in a world where majority of people came out of the prosperity Christian church, that there's an air of non-trust when it comes to anything our people would contribute to. That's why I tend not to ask for too much, because a lot of our people have been jaded, right? After getting burnt supporting things in the world or trusted institutions that turned out to be scams. Well, we don't work like that. All right? So I wanted to put this out there that I'm excited about this. We have pictures, testimonies all over the earth of how great this is going. But keep in mind that we're not going to charge the parents anything, but if you can contribute to help this school expand beyond the students we have, that would be highly appreciated. Okay? Now, in order to support this, let me put this out so we can go directly into our class. The only thing you would have to do is go to gatheringofchrist.org, donate. I'm going to show you step by step on how to do this real quick. Hold on. I'll show you step on how to do this. One second. Okay, right here. One moment. Yep. In the chat, I paste this particular page. Gathering of Christ Church, gatheringofchrist.org, donate, right? As you can see, thank you for supporting the work. of the Most High. Your contributions is greatly appreciated. You will be able to give towards anything that's itemized on this list. And as you can see, we put the children first. I Am Royal Academy. See? Now, if you would like to donate to I Am Royal Academy, which will be what? A free school for our children, grades 1 through 12. Just go down here and here's all the options that you can donate to this. One of these, if you have this, you can use those. Once you put your information in, donate now, and as you can see, and this is a secured website, which means none of your information will be shared, and we don't even get your information when you put it in. It's a go-between secure website, so you don't have to worry about what? Worry about your information getting exchanged beyond this transaction. You go right here, fill in your information, and look right here. I Am Royal Academy. There's a drop down. Anything, disaster relief, like we're dealing with the disasters in our topic tonight. If you want to donate there separately, everything has its own item. If you're in part of one of the churches, Birmingham or any place, tithes, offering, and all that, it goes directly to the locale. It doesn't come to us. It's itemized according to where you send it. That's where the money belongs. That's where it will stay until we utilize it for that specific purpose. So you type in, you see here, I Am Royal Academy. Once you put that there, I Am Royal Academy for the children, you can put an extra comment here, put your details there, and that money will go towards what? The treasury that funds and expands a great school where the word of the Most High is getting taught, morality is there, math, and all what a child needs to grow by who? By professionals. Not just anyone. These are reputable school teachers, reputable people who've donated their times in the profession to teach the children of God. And again, anyone in the church can participate in this as far as the children. If you want to learn, either whether you're an Israelite or a Gentile, you can learn with us. No more radical school situations like we've been seeing, where they're teaching LBGTQ and putting all societal pressures on children, when children should be allowed to be children. They shouldn't hear about sexual education. They shouldn't be there learning about asking about suicide watch, or reporting what's going on in their house and asking if something is going on in your home. Radicalizing children, separating children from the morality that's taught in their homes. They're learning counter to the morality and the beliefs of their parents. No more of that crap. No more is it that you gotta get a medical procedure, get something shot in you to learn. We're not into that. We're naturalists. Leave our children alone. So let me get off that, but I'm so happy that through the Spirit of the Almighty, we were able to get this off the ground. And I'm excited. I'm looking forward to where the Most High takes this. Okay? I'm looking forward to it. All right? No more. And guess what? For years, folks, they definitely tricked the people with this LGBTQ thing, coming in as victims. And now look at what's going on in our schools. Total chaos. A lot of girls are getting bullied. The whole jailhouse model have been rolled out in our schools, where now our girls are getting peer pressured by other lesbian girls. threaten to get beat up if they don't get down with that lifestyle. And they came in as victims. Oh yeah, we were bullied under Obama. They was coming with the, I'm a bully. I was bullied ploy. Only to put us on the defense. Believing in the Bible, pushing morality, pushing the Bible. They made us seem like we were the like we were the bullies. Only until they got enough time, they put enough time to get all of their people, the deviants, in high positions of education within our communities. And now look, the girls are getting bullied by lesbian girls in the schools. I hear what goes on in the inner cities in North Philadelphia. The whole jailhouse model, they moved to the schools now. Well, now if you're not with that particular lifestyle as a child, when you shouldn't have been introduced to anything sexual, they treat you like an outcast. Not just the students who are down with this stuff now, but who? The administrators, the school teachers who are down with that are teaching or treating straight children like outcasts. And we're done with it. We're done with it. We're teaching our own children. We're teaching our own children. Now, let's go in. Let's go in. Now, today we have some special guests. We have some special guests. Let's see. Let's start off with this brother here. Find out, number one, what's going on with the lockdowns. With the government lockdown. We're going to cover that first.
Shalom, Elder.
Okay, you said you ready to come in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just hit the Zoom link I gave you. I'll bring you in. We got a brother from the he's one of the leaders over in the DMV. He's going to come in from Washington D.C. and tell us what's going on with the lockdowns. I mean, with the government shutdown. You can come in now?
Yes, sir. I'm coming down.
All right, hit the link and we'll come in and we'll deal with this storm afterwards. Great. And then I'll bring in Elder Lawyer. He's waiting in the background. Shalom, Elder Lawyer.
Shalom, sir. How you doing?
I'm blessed by the best. You see what's going on with the school, right?
Oh yes, man. All praise be to the Most High, and I believe some great, brilliant minds are going to come out of this school.
Yeah, and speaking of school, I remember coming back to the United States. And brother Azariah, the brother that used to get all the guests for us, right?
Right.
He brought in, he told us that he talked to Umar Johnson and wanted Umar Johnson to come on the program who would do a school for our boys. 2015, I think it was 2015, I brought him on to one of my Wednesday broadcasts. And this was 10 years ago, in the midst of Elder Lawyer, in the midst of the constant debates we were having with the conscious community over in the UK, right?
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely didn't bring him in to debate him. I had nothing negative. I thought nothing negative of the brother at all, right? And Azariah said, hey, Elder, this guy is speaking some good stuff. He's thinking about doing school for our boys, and he talks about ADHD and the drugs they're utilizing that's harming our young men. And I'm like, you know what? That's some good stuff. Now, regardless of what he believes, I don't care what people believe when it comes to, if you have information that's beneficial We're not going to knock you down or say something against your good efforts just because you don't know that you don't know at this time what we know concerning our beliefs. If you have something that can help our people, it can help us regardless of what religion you follow. So that aside, I invited the brother in total honesty and transparency in the spirit of love to bring forth his idea that can help our children, right? Regardless of what he believed. I didn't care about what he believed. He had a plan to teach our children, so to protect our children from the ills that come with public schools. Great. I'm open to hear that. On top of that, we have an influence. We have a network all over the earth through the Spirit of the Almighty that would support such an endeavor. So he's sitting down with somebody who's not just somebody who can hear what he has to say, that can put a lot of sachet and a lot of spiritual currency, so to speak, behind a great idea that can help our children. And what do we do? And when he did this, I'm like, well, okay, this brother isn't qualified to teach children. You don't come in someone's living room with your dirty shoes and start stomping dirt on the couch. If you're seeking for me to help support what you got to do, why the first thing you're going to do is throw mud on the Bible, knowing that this is a Bible program? So I said, this brother doesn't have wisdom. Even if you disagree with the Bible, you're not going to get us on board going against the only book that can help our people. So I'm like, this guy isn't as sharp as people make him out to be. A man of wisdom isn't going to come in who need the people to support him and crap on someone's belief. Who do you think going to help you like that? So he's going to try to challenge us in the Bible. Brother, you don't even know the Bible. You wasn't raised to know the Bible. You was raised a Muslim. You can't even back the theology of Islam. We know Islam better than him. So I'm saying, be careful when you come on someone's platform to be respectful. So here it is. I said, I'm like, get him off my broadcast. He's a waste of time. And it's a shame I had to do that. Many people was upset at me when I did that. And people don't understand why I did that. It only took me a couple of minutes for me to realize he's one of these conscious guys I seen coming up in North Philadelphia. All this talk with no action. And going to say things about the Bible that's entirely correct, unresearched. I'm like, brother, you ain't on the corner just after getting out of jail trying to hit us with a jailhouse theology and think we are dumb enough to pick this up. I mean, not pick this up. What you're dealing with here is not a naive modern day Christian here. So we kicked him off the broadcast. And here it is, it's 10 years later with no school. We didn't even have an idea of doing this school. We thought about it and thought about all the liabilities and all these others and say, listen, we're just going to teach God's people. And if the Most High brings forth an opportunity that we know in which we can put our minds together and have this succeed, then we'll do this. And here it is 10 years later, 2025. How is it that we can do this for our children and didn't receive any of what this man have received all over the earth? How is it we can do this for our children? I need y'all to really concentrate on that for a second. And you know what? Here's why am I talking about this right now? The only reason they allow this guy to do this, Elder Lawyer, is because they know what he's doing is only harming us. He's not getting donations from white people or Asian people and all the people he claimed he's against. He's stealing money from our people. And the only
Right.
reason he's allowed to go on like this is because why? Is because they know he's hurting us. That's why. If this was white people he was stealing from and doing things from, they would have been got with him. So I'm going to leave it there. You can have an idea, but if you're not going to bring it forth, then keep it quiet until you can bring it forth. And this is why, brothers and sisters, a lot of these people in the conscious community are against the Bible. Because there's a morality that comes with the Bible that if you put something out there, you have to what? You have to produce according to your belief. So if they can discard the Bible, they're not held to the morality of it. Now we can't hold them to task because we can't say, well, what type of church you're dealing with that you can steal money? Because why? In the conscious community, there is no moral code. So they can lie and justify it without conscience. I just wanted to put that out there. Let me bring my brother. Let me bring my brother in real quick. Let me bring him in real quick, and then I'll bring you in, Elder Lawyer. How you doing? How you doing, my brother?
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. You don't have to put out your name, and what you do, but you do work for the government there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what is the reason they're giving you all for the shutdown, for the government shutdown?
They claim that the Democrats and Republicans are fighting about the so-called health care issue, and then they're not coming to agreement with, lower the prices for the health care for Obamacare. That's the issue. That's why they're not passing the budget for 2026.
Okay, so they're saying that. Okay, there's some feedback.
It's some feedback.
It's a feedback on your side. You have me playing in the background or no?
No, I have you muted.
Okay, do me a favor. Or do you have me on a speaker?
Let me take you off. I have my headset on, but I can take my headset off.
Yeah,
that helps.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Okay, how was this?
Is that better?
That's perfectly fine. So they're claiming that what we're seeing here is a game of political football between the Democrats and the Republicans, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so one side is blaming the other side is they're blaming either side. But in the midst of this, who exactly is laid off at this time or not working? Is it all federal workers over there?
Yeah, mostly all the federal workers are furloughed. They are still working, like your air traffic controllers and certain other people that's working, but they're not getting paid at the moment. So, like some of the essential jobs that's needed, they still working, but majority of people are furloughed right now.
Okay, what you mean working and not getting paid? That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, the government called them accepted workers. They have to come in because certain operations still have to get done, but they're working and they're not getting paid, and they are being promised that they will get back pay once they pass the budget.
Okay, and is there any definitive time that they're claiming that this particular shutdown is going to end?
No, they're not telling us anything.
It's undetermined.
It's undetermined.
Okay, so what if people decide to call out and not go to work because they're not getting paid? Is that happening?
So, some are doing that, and they, from what I'm hearing, that they are they said if they do that, they may not get paid. That's what I'm hearing. When they do decide to pass the budget.
So what are the options now? Because people really don't have money saved like that. So I'm speaking of yourself and others right now that are out of work with no determined time in which you can come back to actually continue your employment. What options are they giving you as far as currently to survive if you're not receiving a paycheck? What options are they giving you?
They didn't give us anything. All they did give was a letter to give to your creditors to say, hey, maybe contact your creditors to see if they can give you some additional time to pay off your bills. Outside of that, you pretty much on your own, pretty much try to figure it out. That's what they gave us.
And I think they're also given opportunities for unemployment.
Yeah, unemployment, yes. You can find unemployment, but that could take some time for that to happen. Usually, depends on the state you in. In Washington, D.C., it could take up to 21 days to get your unemployment process. And you probably could imagine how many people survive unemployment in this area. So, because majority of people that lives in the Washington, D.C. area works for the government or at least has some type of contract with the government.
So we're talking about, really, when you look at this, undetermined time. We're not talking about no low-wage jobs. We're talking about some very seriously, a lot of people that are laid off right now with no end in sight are working high-paid jobs, well past the middle class and upper class finances, where it takes a lot of money to sustain their lifestyles, right? Or your lifestyles. If your federal government, usually people go with federal government jobs based on the security of it. You think that hey, they're gonna always be a government, so my job is secure, right?
Yes, sir. That's why a lot of people will pick the federal government over private industry because just what you said, the security. But now what those came in with Donald Trump and Elon Musk is not secure anymore because they laid off a lot of employees this year, and they still try to lay off more employees. So your job is not really secure like it used to be. They can lay you off at any time now.
And so, I take it that if some people get unemployment, that's telling the employer that you no longer work there, right? That's almost a choice where you're falling on the sword. You're saying, the only reason I'm getting unemployment is because I'm unemployed. And they can use that as a reason to not hire you back. You ever thought about that?
Yeah. Yes, sir. They can find anything not to bring you back just because they so-called say they try to save money for the government. Or whatever they use it for.
Okay, so let's make this clear because we may be dealing with a bunch of coincidences here. Right? At the same time, the government workers are being laid off. We're hearing about AI taking over the majority of jobs that most people can do. A little after a month ago, when Donald Trump signed a bill of upward $30 billion towards an AI initiative that can eventually replace jobs. And at the same time, the government shuts down and state that if they don't get this together, not only will it affect the federal workers for the government, it'll also affect the people who was getting SNAP, who's getting food and housing almost at the same time. I don't think that's a coincidence.
No, sir, I agree with you. And go back to the AI thing, they are going to be replacing a lot of government jobs with AI. Well, when I work at specifically, they are doing that right now. Certain functions are now AI's doing it instead of people. So that's just my agency.
Okay, if you can, for the sake of the listeners, can you give me in particular what jobs that AI has taken over?
Well, as far as for my agency, they have AI as far as look up certain, instead of having a person to look up certain codes, they'll have that you can call and AI will do it for you instead of having a person do it. I'm trying not to give it away, but
okay. Now let's keep it where it's at because I want you to just not, you want to conceal, certain things understood, but let me ask it like this. Let me ask from another vantage point when it comes to AI. Right? Is it possible This is you not giving me any information at all that can expose anyone here. If possible, is it possible that AI is running the government where all these people are absent right now?
I can believe that.
Is that possible?
I think it's possible.
That all the jobs that normally, of course, AI cannot get out there as air control traffickers. I don't think they can do that yet until they get these holograms together. Maybe I just put something out there, right? But all in all, the government could be running fine off of AI right now with you all being home without jobs.
Yes, sir. And to give you an example that they still processing stuff while we not working. They still doing the basic processing daily while we not working. So it's not totally closed. They still operating as normal even though we at home.
Yeah, I can see that. So what are the preparation for those? Now, you being a part of the work of the church, as far as following the Most High in Christ and have been following our church, you understand that there's a faith component that we lean on, regardless of what's going on in the earth, knowing that the Most High is going to help us provide, even when this thing falls. So you have to have to some degree security, so to not come unhinged, knowing that you have a circle of people who believe what you believe, who you know that'll always be there, with a strong, can bear the infirmities of the weak. And of course, you know what I mean, you're savvy in of itself, where if you're not working somewhere, you'll always be able to make a way. Sometimes our people can improvise like that, and you're one of those type of guys.
Yes, sir.
But
praise the Most High, Elder, basically of your guidance, and you've been preaching for years to save up and put study and stuff aside. So praise the Most High. I'm not in a position where I have to run and get assistance. I have food. My bills are paid, so I'm good. So for all praise to the Most High that I have finances to hold me for a little bit.
So you prepared knowing what was coming. But okay. But what about those, which is the majority of the people that you've seen around you, who have no direction? Are they panicking? What's going on there?
They are panicking, and a lot of the food banks in the area are open up. So there's a lot of government employees are going to the local food banks to get food, and they're contacting their banks to see if they can push back their mortgage, these to the end of their mortgage. And so that's in the DC area. That's what's going on. It's a lot of people that's panicking and not prepared at all. And it's making a trickle effect, because now it's only affecting the grocery stores, but the restaurants and everything that's in the area are not getting business, because if the government employees are not getting paid, then there's no commerce. If there's no commerce, then stores will start shutting down. So it's a trickle effect.
So is it also affecting the regular nightlife there? Because you know they have a robust political nightlife with all the lobbyists and all these others who come through over there. Has it affected on that level where it's clearly seen that something is going on there?
Well, as far as the congressmen, they still get paid. The lobbyists, they still get paid. It's just the regular government employees, they're not getting paid, but Congress is still getting a check. And that's what a lot of people is upset about. Is that how can they still work and get paid, but cut off the federal employees that runs the government? So it's a battle between the federal employees and Congress, and we actually have a big union right now that's protesting right now against Congress, demanding them to open up the government so a lot of employees get their paychecks. So that's what's going on right now.
Okay. Are people checking in on a daily basis? Or put it this way, how long do you think this is going to go on?
But what I'm hearing, it may go past Thanksgiving. From what I'm hearing.
It may go past Thanksgiving. So there's hope that they're giving people that at least before December 1st, before so-called Christmas, that that the majority of people will have their jobs back.
Yes.
And if they don't have their jobs back,
I think it's going to be trouble. I think it's going to be anarchy, especially in this area, because majority of people here works for the government. So if they don't get their jobs back, it's going to be trouble.
okay, and I don't think it's a coincidence that they put military in place in Washington, D.C. first, claiming it was for crime,
Yes, sir.
based on what you just said will happen if the government doesn't allow these people back into into their jobs. And brother, how many times I told people about these politicians, about these people who thought they were secure, black Democrats and others going 10 toes down for this government, even against their own people, believing that they had a safe space, right? Cozied up next to the Edomite powers. At any time, the government can turn their back on you and throw you back from the pool of people they severed you from. And hey, I believe that many people are going to have to find the Almighty. They're going to have to find a safe space with God, because hey, Satan is playing for keeps now, and it's a total separation. And those who wait without preparation will be put asunder. The government is playing for keeps. And I thank you for coming in. Do you have any last words? And maybe if you would like to, you can stay in the background in case people have questions later, or you can just go out, and at the end of it, if people have questions, you can come in, okay? But do you have any last words before we go into the lesson?
I was say, brothers and sisters, stay locked in. Brothers and sisters, stay locked in. Trust the Most High. What the elders bring it out is on point. Stay connected to your local church. Stay locked in. At this time, we in Jacob's trouble. We gotta trust the Most High, and he'll get us out of this, brothers and sisters. Just stay, even though we're in the midst of a storm. Stay encouraged. The Most High is with us.
Thank you, my brother. There you go. And keep us, and as things change over there, as you get more updates, if you can come in ever so often and let us know what's going on there, I would highly appreciate it. Our brothers and sisters need to hear what's going on. All right? And
yes, sir.
And you know we got your back. So regardless of what happens there, hey, you got us. We family. All right?
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, Elder. You have a blessed one.
All right. Bless you, my brother. There you go.
Shalom.
Shalom. Okay, let me bring in Elder Lawyer. How you doing, Elder Lawyer?
Shalom, sir. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahaya Bashim Yeshaya Warawak. We got a broadcast tonight. May God help us through the eye of the storm. It doesn't matter what this world put out there indirectly. I've said this for many years. It always seems as if it's redirected back at us, as if our people were the target the whole time. And in the eye of the storm, look at what's happening with the government shutdown. How many jobs our people are losing and all that. And now, hey, they have to adjust themselves into a different world that this world never prepared us for. Right? I mean, this world, Elder Lawyer, never prepared us for a time where there wouldn't be a way to earn. A way to earn. And Elder Lawyer, this is scary because I'm even listening to, I heard some AI songs the other night where they did an old school rendition of California Love, the Tupac and Dr. Dre song. And when I heard how put together it was, and I'm talking about the elaborate production and the composition and how AI put this together. That old genre from way back in the 50s and all that, they were able to use Dr. Dre and Tupac's lyrics and fuse it into a composition that's just beyond anything I've ever heard before. And I listened to it. And I'm like, Lord, look at this. When it talks about Lucifer in the beginning, his beauty and his pipes and tabrets, it was speaking of his songs, how talented he was. And now I look at it real time and I'm listening to this and I'm like, man, the music business is done. Can't nobody
Finished.
Nobody can produce and sing like this. It's from another world. And then I watched it. I examined it. I'm like, whoa, it was cold how they did this. They had all the greatest producers. Even before then, you got all of the companies, Sony, Elektra, all these different companies from the beginning that was able to consolidate all the masters of great music. That's why they call it master. Master is a controller. You use the music as a form of bringing people together for control. It can be used for freeing people, like in a war dance, or to liberate people, like a change is going to come, or it can be used as a form of control. That's how powerful the music is. But neither here nor there. All of these corporations came together. All of them came together with their masters. Some of the greatest music that came from the greatest minds since the music business became a thing. At least from a time where they began to document and or save catalogs of great artists. Listen to this. I'm like, look at how they did this, Elder Lawyer. Earth, Wind, and Fire. They were able to bring forth serious compositions, but you needed seriously talented musicians on every level. Percussions, horns, strings, right? And you had to have been almost an expert at those areas to sit in the same room with Earth, Wind, and Fire. And I never thought that the Dolls would threaten the future of music like I see AI doing now. Dolls is when they took it out of the hands of the talented and put the artistry within machines. It made it efficient. It made it all that. It made it where we would need to hire a drummer when we can actually sample a drummer or copy a drummer to a degree where drummers became obsolete. At a time when I was coming up, drummers were seen like people out of this world because they had their own. It was like different styles of boxers, right? Right? You can appreciate different styles of boxers, even though every boxer is fighting, but there's different styles that you must respect because you can tell they train and hone their skill. Well, that's how it was with musicians coming up. Everyone had their own chops, be it a drummer, a piano player, a guitar player. Hey, my first instrument growing up was I played the trumpet, horns. So it was like they gave us DAW, right? And DAW was able to do everything. And then they made it convenient and told us, hey, if you get, and Elder Lawyer, I never did this once. You don't have to save your stuff on a hard drive. You can upload your songs and save space to the cloud. Now, when we started putting it out there in the cloud, we had no idea that it was going someplace. It was being consolidated someplace. As if AI, the beast, has now learned the patterns, the algorithms, and all that of some of the greatest producers, singers that have ever been known to man. And now AI can study all this artistry in a tenth of a second and become as talented as that particular producer, who that producer took him 3, 4, 5 hours to mix and all that. AI listened to it, and now through all the data we upload to the clouds, he can now perfect everything that was given to the cloud. He can perfect the talent and now consolidate it into a masterpiece that he can create over and over again, and through algorithm can do it even better than the producer who upload the song to the cloud. I never upload any song to the cloud, ever. Because I thought about it. Cloud, principalities, powers, thrones. When we volunteer our stuff to the cloud, it's going somewhere. It's being linked to a spirit. And now through that spirit, it made musicians and seriously talented people obsolete. Man, AI has finished the music business. Not only has it finished the music business, brothers and sisters, it have destroyed Hollywood when it comes to natural artists. There will be no more Denzel Washingtons, Samuel Jacksons. A matter of fact, soon they'll be able to do movies without any people at all. And no one will know that it's AI. On top of that, a congressman came out the other day and says, I can't believe this, what I'm seeing here in America. He said, I just came out of session, and I don't know why these Democrats would shoot down this bill that we presented into the House. What was the bill, elder lawyer? There was a bill that was presented from some of the Democrats and was shot down by other Democrats not to have a hearing on this, because what was in the bill is they were afraid of what AI was doing and said, well, listen, we need to put something in place, a bill where we cannot have AI generated child pornography. He says, I don't understand the world we're living in where they would knock this down from actually going to session to have a bill on this. They wouldn't even hear about it. They say, listen, let it happen. We don't want a bill that would restrict child pornography getting created through AI, passed around even to amongst high elite men and all that. It's legal. They can now pass that around. And because it's AI generated, it doesn't fall under the same penalties. Okay? He says, I don't know what world we're living in right now. AI is about to destroy everything. And I'm going to tell you this. The majority of people that are putting up these AI things and is using this and aiming it towards our people, our children, are doing it from the outside of the United States. So there's no jurisdiction to stop these people. There's no jurisdiction. So they can do it from some place where no one knows, and it enters into the spirit and minds of people. It's over. You're talking about being in the eye of the storm, and may the Most High save us. What if the government doesn't open back up? What if this immorality continue? What if the politicians are playing with everyone and have AI controlling everything while they're seeking to one day go into a bunker. While the earth, and America included, runs on autopilot. Here we are. They have taken the overall industry, whether music, whatever the case is. There's only certain things, brothers and sisters, that gave us financial upward mobility to be able to get out of our circumstance, to help us get out of our circumstance. It was sports, it was music. It seemed like they targeted all the places where we had an outlet to help save our families and close the door. And then they're throwing everybody out who once worked in government, who had upward mobility. So what are we going to do? Well, stay tuned. You're in the right place to understand exactly what to do. And I believe the Most High, Elder Lawyer, has allowed this to happen, has allowed it to, he will allow it to go down, because now no one can feign stupid anymore or feign ignorance. Everyone is going to have to choose a side. You're going to have to choose a side. And that's what the Most High have out there. Hey, if you don't choose me through all of this, you will die. You will die under a God or a government you believed in. If this government, you made this government your God, you believed in this government over me, not knowing at any time the government and the powers of this world can just cast you away like a minstrel cloth and not bat an eye. That's what happens when we trust in this world. And Elder Lawyer, I hear so many times when people are following the work, I hear this all the time, especially from haters. I don't trust in man. Right? I don't trust in man. Well, who are you trusting in? Think about it. You never applied that to the boss at your job and the security you thought you had under him.
That's right.
Right? I need y'all to think about that. I don't trust in men. Only reason they saying that is because they always thought they had the government and the job to fall back on.
That's right.
When they've been trusting in man the whole time outside of God, thinking that there was security in these jobs, in the government. If you trust the government more than God, you're already trusting in man. And speaking of that, I'm going to get this thing back on course. I need you to look at this right here, Elder Lawyer. You don't know about this right now. But Elder Gocc just sent this to me. And what is this, pray tell? What is this? Let me put you in here. What is this, pray tell, Elder Lawyer? All right. Right here before you is a barrel. Elder Gocc just showed us, and it's where we it's what our church work on. You know, Gocc means business. What you're looking at, Elder Lawyer, and it's for the people of our church and those who would need provisions when it's time. Right here, Elder Lawyer, what you're looking at, and it's all of ours, and there's more where this comes from. 660 pounds of pure organic grain. Pure 660 pounds we have here of pure organic grain. We can mill it down, we can make bread out of it, we can do many things with it, and we will have more in store than well over what we see here, knowing what's coming. So I need people to understand what the Most High is doing here. While everyone out there is talking and wondering, the Most High is blessing us with what? A school for our children? Huh? There go the roster. It started Monday. A school for our children. And land, grain, animals. And this thing is going to be not just in America, it's going to be well beyond America so that we can sustain one another. This is why those in Christ don't panic. The Most High is doing exactly what he said he would do. He would provide through Jacob's trouble for those who believe in him. That's just the tip of the iceberg. We got over 2,000 people in here. Let me give you all a round of applause. Thank you all. Let me tell you, y'all brothers in the UK, sisters in the UK, y'all don't have to worry about anything. Continue to go to church. Praise the Most High on the Sabbath. Continue to link in with the body there. Okay? Okay, the earth is the Most High's footstool. So it's not like UK is UK isn't included here. The earth is where the Most High lay his foot. Okay. All right. And that means the UK is included. So I need to put this out there. All over the earth, when the Most High gave us this gospel to teach, it was also for preparation. It's all a part of the ministry. It's been that way since the beginning. All right? So, Elder Lawyer, let's go in. Let's go in.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Let's start here. Hold on. Let's start here. Hold on. There's things I want to show. I'm going to bring this brother in from the UK. From Jamaica in a moment. But let's first start off with the storm. Let's first start off with the storm that just passed. Fair use for educational purposes only. Fair use. Fair use. Let's start here. In Jamaica, in the West Indies, the tropical areas, there was two storms that converged. Eventually, Elder Gocc is going to come in. We're going to talk about this. Anyone that has any reports who made it through the storm, and yes, we do have disaster relief for those who've been harmed through it, if so. Okay, but hopefully the Most High, I'm hearing that there haven't been any carnage, anything that could affect those that are a part of the church. Gocc told everyone, if you live near the water, we had an announcement there to get inland. Even if you have to connect with another church member, get away from the waters. So we had a report out there that can get all of our people away from the waters into a safe area during the hurricane. Okay? So, with that being said, let's look at a few things of what was going on over there. Fair use for educational purposes only. So what are we witnessing here? So at the same time, the economy, there's a squeeze on the economy, a famine in the earth, and some would say an engineered famine, with depriving people in the United States and others of food, and now this comes out of nowhere. Now, what if we find out that all of these different components in the eye of the storm, be it economically, politically, as well as through natural disasters, were all encompassed in the same spirit to lead to an outcome? Well, let's see. Let's see. I don't know what's going. Look what they're doing in Jamaica. Now, I would advise this diving into unclean hurricane water that mixed with sewage and everything in the midst of a storm or after that, right? Mm-hmm. I wouldn't advise someone to do this. But Elder Lawyer, I usually take a different viewpoint when I see things like this.
Mm-hmm.
I take a certain viewpoint. In the midst of a storm, when destruction is going on, would you rather be around a person who's in a corner, biting their nails, fearful, running the other way? Or would you rather be around someone who'll dive in the midst of the chaos and direct others through it? And this is the part they don't want you. They want us to say, well, look how crazy this is. No, I see the courageousness. And when it all goes down on how men are going to be defying the laws of what we believe people should do in the midst of a storm. Okay, I'm going to tell you. I'm like, well, hold up. What am I missing here? I wouldn't be doing this after a storm, right? I would think that. Then I looked at it, I'm like, you know what? You know what? In the midst of a battle, do you think that you would rather be around a scared person or someone like this? Hey, brother, hey. I think that's a baby. That's a baby floating on the water. What are we going to do? Is that someone drowning in the midst of this? And we like, what? Elder Lawyer, when I see this, I think about our people in the book of Jasher.
That's right.
The book of Jasher. Running over the blades, running so fast over the blades of grass, they're not even touching the ground. In the midst of a storm, when chaos is happening, they're going in. See, this is the element. This is the spirit in our people they don't want others to know exist. What serious courageousness looks like. Usually people are sitting in the corner, scared. Oh my God, is it over? And you have some people who's willing to run into the storm. And it's going to be people like this at the very end that'll survive above those who have been, if I can use the word, more so domesticated. We're going to have to lean towards more people like this at the very end of when everything breaks down. when government shut down. For real. And don't open back up. I wanted to put that out there. But let's get into the political side of things now in a moment. What's really going on in Jamaica?
Most people are focused on the hurricane, but behind the scenes, there is another kind of storm. All right, this is very interesting. Check this out. Something is happening in Jamaica right now. Most people are focused on the hurricane. All right, this is very interesting. Check this out. Something is happening in Jamaica right now. Most people are focused on the hurricane, but behind the scenes, there is another kind of storm brewing, a digital one. And I'm not saying that any of this is connected, but check this out. Okay, so right before this hurricane exploded into a category 5 in under 18 hours, one of the fastest intensifications ever recorded, Jamaica announced plans to transform Kingston into a smart city, and it's all part of the Vision 2030 Jamaica, a multi-billion-dollar program to rebuild, modernize, and digitalize the whole island. I mean, come on, a digital island. Data-driven control, automated enforcement, CCTV on every corner, AI-based infrastructure, and even foreign funding flowing from the US. Now just think about this for a second. A $5 billion project, new digital districts, smart energy grids, centralized management systems, all being set up right now. And then suddenly, the worst storm in years sweeps straight across the region. Could this all just be a coincidence? Maybe it is. But it does make you wonder how often disaster and development seem to arrive together, and how easily people just accept total surveillance when it's packaged as control safety. Ultimately, those smart cities are being drawn up all over the world. Jamaica is not alone with this, from Africa to Asia, from the Caribbean all the way to Europe, each one promising efficiency, sustainability, and security. But the fine print always includes the same thing: monetarization, automation, and control. All I'm saying is right now, beautiful people, when the world rebuilds, who really designs the future? So, as they're going to now have to rebuild Kingston after the storm, just keep your eyes open, watch who funds these projects and watch what data they collect. Because sometimes the story's not in the disaster, it's what gets built after. And I'm not telling you what to think, I'm just saying to think. But obviously, for the centuries, and this was all just for entertainment, once again, and I'm as fictional as a dinosaur, baby.
Now, for those who don't know, brothers and sisters, those in the West Indies, the Jamaicans, according to the Bible, they're God's warriors. The tribe of Benjamin. Now, they must keep the Jamaicans at bay in fear of what Benjamin will become once Benjamin find out their true origin and purpose under God. They're the warriors, hence the reason why, well before there were hemp stations in the United States all around the world to control the population, especially in the Western world in America, before there was places you can get hemp oil and marijuana and all these things, well, Benjamin was one of the first societies or first countries they tested the marijuana program off on. That's right. The beta test was the Jamaicans. The Jamaicans had the Maroons, many warriors, and Jamaica would fight against resistance on a regular basis. And the governments, especially the British government, knew that they couldn't really fully control the Jamaican people. They're too rebellious as warriors. So they came in and said, you know what, we're going to do marijuana crops. And through marketing, we're going to sell marijuana as a societal necessity that's known around the world connected to Jamaicans. So if you think about a Jamaican, you'll think marijuana. That was marketing. But it was to do what? It was to quell the warrior spirit within Benjamin. You leave Benjamin alone and connect Benjamin with the Almighty, and guess what? Benjamin is unstoppable. They said, listen, we can't kill them off because, these guys are warriors. They became the pirates, the Maroons. They would take ships, slave ships, and turn them back to Africa and then use the ships to rob the treasuries and the banks on the ocean. So they said, we can't get rid of them because we need their children to produce, to be workers for the farms and crops. So we can't kill these people, so let's do treaties with them and make marijuana a thing that could actually pacify and or nullify the warrior spirit within Benjamin. So every time you see Jamaican, ganja and smoking the marijuana, that was strategic marketing. So that now a Jamaican feel like it's his duty, his position all over the earth to represent the model the world have placed before us concerning who the Jamaicans are. And now look. So you have to realize, people wonder, well, hold up, why are they doing all this thing to Jamaica? Was there weather warfare played against Jamaica in this? Because they understand, according to prophecy, who Benjamin is. So you see Benjamin jumping through that water like it was nothing? See, I'm going to tell you, Benjamin is different. When you look at Judah, yeah, there's courageousness with Judah, but Judah is more so diplomatic. We raise the voice like a trumpet. We rally the tribes together. Right? So everyone have their position. Levi is known for the priesthood. Judah is known for the organization of the kingdom, the diplomacy, the ambassadors. And then you have the warrior class, Benjamin. So they must control each segment of these Judeans, who we are, separately. Now, if we come together under Christ, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, we're unstoppable. We're unstoppable, and they know it. Because once Judea comes together, the same people who are under Christ, and yes, Christ was a black man just like us, so-called black man, brown man like you see here. When we all come together, guess what? We bring the rest of the tribes together, the northern kingdom, and now we become a force to be reckoned with. So you wonder why they're doing this in Jamaica. Weather warfare. A lot of people believe that's exactly what it was. And I feel so good to see that brothers are waking up, sisters are waking up. Especially when I hear insights from the Benjamites like this. And I'm going to tell you, and it tells us that the Most High is breaking that curse off of us. And he's speaking through us in the midst of these storms. Hit the like button, please. 2,300, we're thick up in here right now, but please hit that like button. We got Gocc coming on in a moment, and we're gonna have other people that are coming in from the church, from the West Indies. I'm gonna have my brother from Toronto, another Benjamite, call on in here, Brother Dave. If you out there, just let me know so I can give you the Zoom so you can chime in. Let's talk about the Most High helping us through the eye of the storm. Check out this brother real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Maybe a lot of you don't know what Operation Popeye is, right? A lot of you might not believe that they are seeding the clouds to cause flood in certain areas because, like I said, with war, you need to know earth, air, water, and fire. And this is something that they use also in the Vietnam War in 1967 right? Because we can use it to flood certain areas.
Now, he said that they've been known, you see these planes flying around that they call chemtrails? He said, well, listen, it's been known for a long time in Jamaica that they've been seeding the clouds. Now, if they can seed the clouds, what are they seeding the clouds for? I'm going to show you in a moment. Fair use.
So you can have control over, especially like the trade routes. I know right now Venezuela have a pipeline, you know, with the Russian thing, right? So the real thing that they're not talking about is why all of this military presence in the Caribbean waters. What's happening in the Caribbean waters now? You know what a red herring is, right? So oil and minerals, all of these are red herrings. This is not the reason why these people are going to war. It's just like what happened with Iraq and all of these countries. What they did not want is, it was not about the mineral in the earth. They wanted to install Rothschild central bank in these countries. So they destabilize them and control them and install the bank. So now once they have control, once they have their banking system in your country, it does not matter who sits in that seat. So as long as there's a central bank in your country, those same families control your country. Doesn't matter who your prime minister or your president or your chancellor is. That's what this is about. And the last country they wanted to get was Iran. They can't get it. They tried to move through Syria to move closer to Iran, but they lost there because what? Russia went inside there. So America had to pack up all their military stuff, millions of dollars, and they just had to run. They nothing could have saved their equipment. Those are millions of dollars. So what's happening in Venezuela right now? You think they care about the oil? Really? Russia, all right, let me say this first. In the New Testament, it says, when you see Jerusalem compassed with soldiers, which was the Roman army, you need to run to the mountains. Right now, where Jerusalem is the place where the Hebrews dwell. And right now, most of the Hebrews are over here in the Western world. Right? So what happened is, this is not the Roman army this time. This is the hunters that are hunting the Roman army. Right? So the hardest thing for them to do is win a battle on their own ground. You see, it's easy to go on foreign lands, to conquer foreign lands and win war over in foreign lands. But they've never been attacked in their own land. And this is what's happening. They have all of these military superpowers in their backyard. You understand? Venezuela has the Gocc M2 system. Venezuela has the Gocc M2 system from Russia. And what happens with Russia is, once they give you a military device or whatever, they're going to have their soldiers there to help operate the system. Right? So that's exactly what's happening, just like with Iran. So Russia is there, China is there, Iran is there. All of those superpowers are there in their backyard. They cannot afford that. This is why all this big military... You really think they need all these warships for cartels? Really? Come on, we saw what happened in Jamaica in 2010. That man has one of the biggest deal. He controls even the Central and South America. It was not just in England and America and Jamaica. That man was... He had many links. He controlled many different things. They don't care. They don't need all of these warships for that. Now they're in Trinidad. What do you think they're trying to do? They're scared. They're driving fear in the people, and they themselves are scared because they've never had to deal with what? Military powers in their backyard. And that's what this whole thing is about. So think about this so-called storm that's coming. You see, it's already justified already. What they say, every 37 years, Jamaica has a major hurricane. Well, I don't know beyond Gilbert, right? And I don't know about that history. But what I'm saying is, and I don't know who's there to prove that, to dig up 37 years before 1988 to see that major hurricane. But it's justified. So whatever they're doing with this hurricane that has been sitting out there very obedient for about 2 weeks, and all know we cannot reach Jamaica. Oh, it's traveling so slow. No, that sounds like something is controlled. They cannot pick up where the Russians are and what they're putting in Venezuela. That's the problem. America is in fear right now. Their currency is under threat. Their economy is under threat because of the debt and everything. And if you want to know about any kingdom collapse, the first thing is always the economy. The military spending, the military things far away from home, all of that comes down in high expenses. And you know what happens? It goes into the citizens of the country. High interest rates and all of these things. Why you think cost of living is you can hardly afford cost of living now. You are being forced to do 2 or 3 jobs. You are being forced to do 2 or 3 jobs to keep up with what's going on. You're going into depression, everything you can think of. Because you're confused now, you're frustrated, you don't know what else to do, you don't know how to survive anymore. So first, this economic collapse, this economy has to collapse first. And that's what's going to happen on the inside. Then what happens? Civil war, the place is going to be in confusion. And you cannot fight a war with outside forces when there's a disruption going on in your country. You will never win that war. And that's exactly what's happening to America. It's just like when, they man them, when them grow on and then go at people yard and do whatever, they feel powerful because they are the hunters. But when soldier and police come and they become the hunted, the table turn. Right? So this is exactly what happened to America. They're out in the South China Sea. They're everywhere trying to contain communism. Now guess what? Communism is at the back door. Military presence is at their back door. What are they going to do? They're the ones living in fear now. Whenever America made their presence anywhere, it's about their interests, not about the people. It's just like some years ago, Obama came here, right? Why did he come? What was Obama's visit here? What was the purpose? You see, what people don't understand? Jamaica and Venezuela are like this in this oil business, right? When Jamaica was going through their crisis, Venezuela helped them, bailed us out, right? Obama came to sow a seed to turn us from Venezuela. I think they had a deal where I think Jamaica has 51% in the oil thing and Venezuela 49%, something of that sort. Venezuela going through their crisis, Jamaica turned their back on them. Why I think Jamaica is like the head of CARICOM? Because Jamaica and America is like this. Jamaica is a very key point in this whole Western thing. If you remember when the 1812 war with Britain and USA, they thought Britain was gonna attack them from Canada. No, they used Jamaica. So this is the only place that America cannot afford to lose in the Caribbean. They don't care about what's that place where the lady turned to she's now a Republican type of country. I don't remember that place, but they don't care about these things. Jamaica is a stronghold for America and they can't afford to lose it. Remember the Prime Minister visited China for about 9 days, right? And then Al Tapia say, he need to tell the people them, because guess what, we don't know what in China go do. But some deal make, because China them get some land and something too. So some deal have to make. You understand? Then what happen now? We don't know what Donald Tapia, what Andrew Holness, what kind of conversation he have with the Americans them again now. Afterwards, Donald Tapia come back and say, we in Jamaica is like this. You understand? We are friends from long time. That means there's something again transpire. The Prime Minister still not come out and talk about all of these things. Jamaica citizens don't know. You understand? This reminds me of the movie Woman King, when after the women then come back from war and the people were cheering them on, and the lady was saying to the other lady, hey, look at these people. She was saying, hey, they don't know when war is coming. This is where we are today, the citizens. We don't know when war is coming. We don't know anything about war. We're not equipped. We don't have any knowledge, anything about war. These people are prepared. If there's a little pan of water right there, you know what they do? They get some excavator and dig it out and put some fish there. They're living for survival. Look at us today. Preparing for a hurricane, storming supermarkets, eating unalive food. Oh, we have a refrigerator now, so we can eat all of those things. But then, how did you live? You have somebody come by, you just go on at the back, you slaughter a goat, or a cow or some birds, whatever it is, and you eat it fresh. The blood just draining out of it fresh. You understand? You store food for how much days because you have a refrigerator. We didn't do that. There's only one time we eat stored foods. And we have to go by the moon. So we do it on the 6th day. That's the only time we store foods. A fresh food we eat like the Chinese. Even though they eat all type of, but they get the point, they eat fresh foods. They rather go out there to catch a bird, catch this. They ask the Jamaican, hey, catch some parboys, pay her $5,000, probably price gone up now, 8,000. You understand? But the real point is what's happening here with all these military presence is way bigger than what they're trying to put out. They're covering something. And this is not a war for minerals in the earth. This is a country under threat, under military threat. Because nobody has done this before. It's just like when Hannibal was entering into Rome, marching through the Alps. Who dares to go on Roman soil to make war with them? You have to be out of your mind to do that. Well, Putin is the new Hannibal, and America is a representation of Mother Rome. The war is coming home to the West. People, you can't go work enough to maintain cost of living. The only thing right now, gather food, plant food, have access to food. You understand? Because when hunger drives you to madness, it's a whole different thing. Unite, come together for a common purpose. Who have lands, do what you need to do. Lead a team, lead a tribe, lead a household, lead a community. And that's where the thing is. We have to prepare for what is to come. It is inevitable. All right. And you have to know your tribes. We talk about certain things that...
He was right on. What he hit was right on. Now, there's so many levels, and that's why I wanted to use this video. And the brother is right on in a lot of areas. Number one, there's levels to this. There's the spiritual level. There's the political level. And then there's the civilian level. Right? The spiritual level is that what? The Most High talks about a cataclysm at the very end where there's total chaos in the earth, aimed towards destroying God's people from rising, which in essence in the Bible is coined Jacob's trouble. Now that's the biblical perspective. The whole world economy runs off of our people serving at the bottom of the pyramid. When the Most High began to awaken our people, it destabilized all governments. Because all governments were built off of the curses of our people. So there's been a domino effect, a reverberating, if you will, of all governments since the Most High began the awakening. So that's going on one level. Then there's the political level. The policies they must keep in place to keep our people in place as a permanent service class. By any means necessary, they must accomplish that on a political level all over the earth. With all the nations in collusion, in an agreement that we read of in Psalms 83, to keep the status quo, keep Jacob asleep, keep Jacob on the bottom, keep Jacob controlled. Okay? So they're going to come at us from different angles with different levels of warfare. But really, they're seeking the same outcome. They need to keep their power, the government, the Gentile power, and keep our people at bay, on the bottom as long as possible. Then you have the civilian level. Let's talk about it from a civilian level now. The civilians, especially in the Western world, have become domesticated, which means we were raised to believe that food grows in supermarkets. Okay? So the first thing comes to our mind is not how to get the food before it comes to the supermarket, but to believe that magically food pops up at a corner store or at a fast food restaurant and or at the supermarkets. When now, as a form of warfare, they have created food deserts in places mainly where our people reside. They're saying, well, these people are becoming restless. They're becoming uncontrollable. So we're looking at political mechanisms that they've put in place because our people are waking up. And they're going to ramp up the war. They'll just continue the war. But the only way we'll survive it is to lean on our God and through Christ, who's in full control of everything. Elder Lawyer and I just went into a great lesson through the Spirit of the Almighty this last Sunday. And what we went into was showing you how things work from a principality side, the invisible side, what we're up against. How the world religions and the spirits they worship are utilized as weapons against the unrighteous. But they can only utilize their magic and their evil against us if we comply with the wickedness that they aim towards our people. So there's rules of engagement, and we went into that last academy to understand the spiritual warfare. When the merchants come here to America to sell us stuff, they don't come with just products. They come with religion. They come with spirits to control us. Folks, understand this. The merchants who bring products, the merchants in of itself or the products is the Trojan horse they use to get next to us, only to release spirits of control against us. We talked about that. At the end of the day, in a nutshell, what we're saying, you folks, everything that you see going on in the earth has been and is all about us. We're God's treasure. Through us, the whole earth is blessed. Only if they can control us. Right? So we need to break free. I'm going to go into how we break free in a moment. But let's go into breaking down what the brother was talking about. Venezuela. How Jamaica was always used as a military strategic point in the Atlantic for warfare against enemy islands or enemy countries in the region or in proximity. When Venezuela would get out of pocket with Chavez, guess what? The United States, Great Britain always had Jamaica as a military port. The same way America has Hawaii as a military port between in the Pacific between America and going into Asia. What we're missing here is that right before they talked about this storm, the continual war of regime change against Venezuela. So do you think they stopped fighting Venezuela in the midst of this storm that came? Or was the storm used for a cover to aid America in their war against Venezuela? Venezuela is from the tribe of Asher. The tribe of Asher. Why? Why are they in Venezuela? Why do they want to use Jamaica as a base against it? Elder Lawyer, let's get Deuteronomy, the 33rd chapter. And don't forget this, folks. America is being controlled from the outside of it. When you hear about Israel interest over in the Middle East and why they're there to destabilize everything so that they can get the resources, which is the crude oil and all that, controlled by the Middle Easterns, well, that interest doesn't stop in the Middle East. See? They found out about the crude oil that was between Israel and the country Cyprus. And guess who's running Cyprus right now as we speak? Who came over in droves, in the thousands, back into Cyprus. The children of the 1948ers. Guess who's in Cyprus right now after they found oil? The Cypriots are in trouble. The Cypriots are from the tribe of Dan. So the same interest they have in the Middle East, the political interest, they're using America as a proxy. America is being controlled by the same people through proxy. Okay? So now they're going after Venezuela. Elder Lawyer, if you will, and I need you to get what we got out of Sirach last week about spirits that are created, that lay
Yes, sir.
that lay on sore strokes. All right.
Yes, sir.
Let's go now. Let's pull out the reason why they're going against Venezuela right now. Who is the Venezuelans? Well, when you go to the book of Deuteronomy, the 33rd chapter. And 24. Hold on, let me pull you in here, Elder Lawyer. Right here. If you will. So we're giving you the breakdown prophetically of what's going on. The brother was able to quantify it in a couple of moments. That's why, I'm glad I played that video. He's right on point. A lot of people don't understand weather warfare and the spirits that are behind it, and how they're using weather as a form of control. When you see weather, when you see storms, you are witnessing a spirit. Let's read it real quick, Elder Lawyer, if you will. 24th verse.
Yes, sir. The book of Deuteronomy 33 and 24.
Now, when you go to Genesis 49 and 1, our father Jacob bring all of his children around him and says, "Come, my sons, let me tell you what shall befall your sons or befall you in the last days." So Jacob gave us an insight to where our people would be, even scattered throughout the earth, and the conditions we would be under in the last days, which is another identifier. You being an Israelite have nothing to do with whether or not you religiously practice the law. A lot of people try to say, well, we found someone practicing the law here, and that makes them Hebrews. No, you can have a person totally ignorant to the laws of God, but through bloodline are the children of God. Okay? Now, in Asher, he said, read.
And of Asher he said, let Asher be blessed with children. Let him be acceptable to his brethren, and let him dip his foot in oil.
And let him dip his foot in oil. A prophecy of Israel in the last days. This right here. So this is why the same people who's looking to gain control over the Middle East and take their oil is coming against Venezuela. When Trump got into office, he made a pact with Israel. It was known well before. We showed people that before the election. So if you can control all the crude oil, you control all the countries that could not survive without it. See? That's how you control all of these countries. If you make countries dependent on crude oil, if you control the crude oil, you control politically that particular country. Asher would dip his foot in oil. So when you look at the geography of Asher, according to the Bible, in the last days, is going from Colombia all the way up into Venezuela and parts of Brazil. And what are their foot on? Their foot is on what? The greatest oil resource on the earth. More than the Middle East is under Venezuela, the tribe of Asher. Dip his foot in oil. See this? So now, if you can make this smoke screen before everyone, in the midst of going in for regime change, and what's the smoke screen? Could they create, do they have the technology to create storms? Well, let's see. Let's see. Check this out. Check this out right before you. One at a time. What do we see here? Weather modification history. Now, hence the reason why they're telling you it's global warming and all that, because you'll question all your tax money going into these science projects. That's really funding war. See? So now they can explain off the phenomenons when they turn on their machines by claiming, well, it's global warming to why this disaster happened out of nowhere, right? Blaming people at the same time taxing you to fund the machine. What are we reading here? The Convention of the Prohibition of Military or any other hostile use of environmental modification techniques. Now, folks, this is an actual international law that was drew up as a treaty. For those who don't know. See? The United States Department of State, the Convention of Prohibition of Military or any other hostile use of environmental modification techniques. All right? It was signed in Geneva, May 18th, 1977. See, under the Geneva laws, there's certain levels of warfare used against another country that they would deem an international crime. So let's talk about this. What is environmental modification? Use of environmental techniques for hostile purposes. Let me blow it up so you can see it. Does not play a major role in military plan at the present time. Such techniques might be developed in the future, they said at that time. However, and would pose a threat of serious damage unless action was taken to prohibit their use. In 1972, the U.S. government renounced the use of climate modification techniques for hostile purposes, even if their development were proved to be feasible in the future. Both the United States and the Senate and the House of Representatives held hearings beginning in 1972, and the Senate adopted a resolution in 1973 calling for an international agreement prohibiting the use of any environmental or geophysical modification activity as a weapon of war. So in essence, other countries cannot use their weapon warfare against us, and we agree not to use it against them. Or we agree when it's used in an alliance against a common enemy. See how it works? So if this didn't exist, why were they discussing this in the 70s? In response of this resolution, the president ordered the Department of Defense to undertake an in-depth review of the military aspects of weather and other environmental modification techniques. The results of this study and a subsequent interagency study led to the U.S. government decision to seek agreement with the Soviet Union, Russia, to explore the possibilities of an international agreement. During the summit meeting in Moscow in July 1974, President Nixon and General Secretary Brezhnev formally agreed to hold bilateral discussions on how to bring about the most effective measures possible to overcome the dangers of the use of environmental modification techniques for military purposes. 3 sets of discussions were held in 1974, 1975. And folks, if you think it's a coincidence they're talking about this coming straight out of civil rights, you have another thing coming. If they can't control us under the blatant racism, the overt racism, they'll find other ways to keep us in order. See? Resulting in an agreement on a common approach and common language. In August 1975, the chief representative of the United States and the Soviet delegations to the Congress of the Committee of Disarmament tabled in parallel identical draft text of a convention on the prohibition of military or any hostile use of environmental modification techniques. Now, this would be also in conjunction with what they were doing out in space. Well, not in space, outside the Earth, when it comes to the satellites. They were putting all this in play right after the 60s, folks. And guess what? There was a treaty signed between America and Russia so that they could not use these particular weapons of war against one another. What types of weapons of war? Using the environment, weather. Using the weather. If y'all don't know this exists, now you know. High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program called HARP. Antennas for miles shoot heat up into the ionosphere, and through this move storms around. This is a military weapon. And when they put HARP on the grid, when they turned this on in conjunction with CERN later, it released an environmental strategic weapon, an invisible weapon that the world didn't know exist since ancient times, when what? Governments would sacrifice to appease the gods. See? They would sacrifice so not to have storms go against them. So what did they know? The invisible weaponry that comes through warfare. That storms are connected with spirits. Huh? As in the days of Noah, we're in the same thing again. So now they can use what? DARPA. They can use different systems aimed all together to war against the civilians of the earth, unbeknownst to them. The majority of the world will just believe it was a simple storm. A simple storm. When in old times, our grandparents knew better. Hey, there's a storm coming. Turn off all the lights. Be quiet when there's lightning. God is talking. Okay. A lot of us believe that we have more, that we're out of touch compared to how spiritually in touch our grandparents were and great-grandparents were. We may think that we are highly educated and have more information than them, but we weren't more spiritually connected than them. They knew better without going to school and all that. When storms and all that things is working, something spiritual is going down. Right? So let's talk about it. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Let's first get real quick Isaiah 29:6. Isaiah 29 verse 6.
Yes, sir. Isaiah 29 verse 6.
Yes, sir. Let me get it
Thou
here.
shalt be.
So the technology is out there. But all in all, it's really technology that's allowing what operates in the spiritual realm to come into full sight so that we can see it and experience it. Right? So some people might ask, well, hold up. These evildoers that are doing all of this, what's going on with that? How do they got so much power to do this? Why isn't God stopping them from doing this? That would be a good question. Well, that will be answered too. That will be answered also. 29 verse 6. Let me go here. Let's read that. Thou shalt be visited.
Yes, sir. Thou shalt be visited of the Lord of hosts with thunder and with earthquake and great noise, with storm and tempest and the flame of devouring fire.
And the flame of devouring fire. So the Most High said that we will be visited. What we don't bring to mind when we see these storms, we don't bring to mind our God's hand in it. He says, we'll be visited. With what? It says, with thunder, with earthquake, with noise, with storm, tempest, flame of the devouring fire. So when we look at this and say, well, okay, the Most High says we'll be visited by this. How is it that we can look at the governments who created this and give them the credit for what God said would be utilized? Great question. Let's go to the Apocrypha, Elder Lawyer, chapter and verse.
Yes, sir. The book of Sirach, chapter 39.
Let's get
and
it.
Verse number 28.
Okay, Ecclesiasticus, wisdom scriptures. Ecclesiastes 39, verse, chapter and verse, Elder?
39 and verse number 28.
28. There you go. Thank you. Now, this is where, let's go to the 27th verse first. A matter of fact, bringing this around full circle, with knowing they're using all of this to control our daily bread, How do you control people? Hey, you threaten their life source, which is food and water. That's how you control them. That's what we're witnessing right now all over the earth. Hit that like button now. Start at the 25th verse, Elder.
Yes, sir. Verse 25. For the good are good things created from the beginning, so evil things for sinners.
For the good are good things created from the beginning. For the good. So evil things for sinners. Right? The good can look at that tree of life and say, you know what? I desire to have that one day. That was good. Right? So the evil things for sinners. They'll look back at all the evil that was done, that came from the tree of good and evil, and say, you know what? Hey, I like how evil can be used to manipulate people to consolidate power. And they'll become witches, warlocks, astrologers, scammers. Looking at the same beginning, seeking to get you got two separate perspectives looking at the same beginning. Some will look at that tree of life and say, I want that. And others will look back at the beginning and say, you know what? I like the manipulation. The manipulation that came with how Eve was able to take the power from her own husband. So it depends on how you look at the beginning. But the principal things, read.
26. The principal things for the whole use of man's life are water, fire, iron, and salt, flour of wheat, honey, milk, and the blood of the grape, and oil and clothing.
So check this out. So the Most High makes it simple. Here are the principal things for the whole use of man's life. Here's the simple things, or the essential things we need to get through anything. And it was this law God gave man from the beginning. What do a man need? He need water, fire, iron, salt. And that's why I don't deal with that stuff when they tell people, hey, you can't be using salt, you substitute salt. Well, you know what? You know why they started saying that? Because salt was getting in the way of some of the stuff they were prescribing people and was killing it before the poisons could take in that was prescribed. So they started to make salt the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
When salt is a cleanser that cleanses the inside of us, and you weigh that with drinking water, and it becomes what? It cleanses us, folks. So when you can't be putting too much salt on your food and say, oh yeah, you're going to die, you're going to have this. They know that if you keep putting salt on your food, it's going to get in the way of the poisons and the side effects of the stuff they're giving you. When did salt become an enemy to people? I don't listen to nothing these fools tell me. Okay? You're going to tell me salt been here since the beginning of the earth, and you're going to tell us we can't eat it.
Right.
You gotta be out of your mind. Salt, flour, wheat. That's right. Like I told y'all earlier, and I tell you, Hold Your Rock is on a mission. We got a whole barrel, 660 pounds right here of organic wheat in the event of emergencies, and we got a lot more where that comes from, getting stored. Read that last piece again, Elder.
Yes, sir. Verse 26. The principal things for the whole use of man's life are water, fire, iron, and salt, flour of wheat, honey, milk, and the blood of the grape, and oil and clothing.
And it says honey, milk, and it's talking about raw milk, not this pasteurized garbage they're giving people. Mm-hmm. Raw milk. Raw milk is medicine. Raw milk keeps your teeth hard. Okay? I'm going to tell you that right now. Milk, these are all the things. The blood of grape. Okay, I think I see Gocc here. Shalom, Captain.
Shalom, Elder. How you doing?
I'm doing well. You found someplace stationary, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So let me there's a Gocc in the house. All right. So what I'm going to do here, young man. Okay. Dave says he's on the road, so I'll catch him later. All right. What I'm going to do, Gocc.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can hang up, and what I'll do is I'll text you. Matter of fact, in your message right here is Zoom.
All right, let me jump on it right now.
Okay, you can hang up and just jump on it. I'll bring you in.
All right, right away.
All right. All right. Let me see where he is. All praises. He can give us an update for Jamaica and the surrounding areas where there's a church. All praises be to the Most High. Zoom here. My brother, my brother, my brother. Let's go here. Zoom. One second. One second here. Bear with us, folks. We're going to start a new meeting. All right. Got that. Have that. And boom. Oh, I sent it to lawyer. Hold on. All right. Bear with us, folks. I'm bringing in Elder Gocc. All right. Zoom, 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 zoom. There it is right here. Copy. All right, I'm going to come through What's Up with Gocc. There it is. All right. All right, Elder Lawyer, read that piece for me again.
Yes, sir. The book of Sirach, chapter 39, verse number 26.
Now, I'm going here because some people are saying, well, if the government is using weather warfare, where do our God come in at? Right? Where do he come in at? When he said, you shall be visited with storms, tempests, fire. Check this out. For the principal things for the whole use of man is what?
Are water, fire, iron, and salt, flour of wheat, honey, milk, and the blood of the grape, and oil and clothing.
And oil and clothing. Okay? And not peanut oil, not soy oil, all that crap. Seed oils and all that other crap. Soy, that's poison. They use these particular names to hide the fact that you're being poisoned. All right? It's talking about stuff like olive oil, peanut oil, natural oils, no seed oils. That's poison. Right? Blood of grapes. Hey, you can get you some juice out of that, or you can let that thing ferment and have wine. The Bible says, take a little wine for the belly. Right? And clothing. That's all we need. 27.
All these things are for good to the godly. So to the sinners they are turned into evil.
Now, how are these things turned into evil? Our necessities. When you have a government through a commerce system will use what we need as a form of control over us by controlling these things. That's when it becomes evil, when people look at what we need and now get full control over it in an effort to control our lives. See? Oh, I know you need an EPT. I know you're getting your food. But if you don't do what we say, we're taking it from you. I know you need housing. I know you need clothing. But if you don't go along with what we're dealing with, we're going to hold all what you need over your heads. That's what a sinner would do. Right? All right, let me see. Zoom. There he is. Gocc.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to bring you in one moment, okay?
No problem.
All right. Right? Go ahead, Elder.
Yes, sir. Verse number 28. There be spirits that are created for vengeance, which in their fury lay on sore strokes. In the time of destruction, they pour out their force and appease the wrath of him that made them.
And appease the wrath of him that made them. Why? It was Christ who created all principalities and powers from the beginning. It was Christ. Hold that in Colossians 1, Elder Lawyer. Colossians 1 and 13. And another reason why it's so important to fall under Christ's power. Right? Because the storms, the spirits, everything you see, even the spirits of man, was created by him and for him in the beginning.
That's right.
Let's start at 13. Colossians 1:13.
Yes, sir. Colossians 1:13. Who have delivered us from the power of darkness, or from the power of darkness, and have translated us into the kingdom of his dear Son, in whom we have redemption through his blood, even the forgiveness of sins, who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature.
Christ is the firstborn of all creation. He's the first begotten of the Father before earth, which makes him the Son of God. Him coming without a father through Mary, that myth that came through the satanic Catholic Church, have nothing to do with how Christ became the Son of God. He was the Son of God from the beginning, before earth, who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature, which means there was one point Christ did not exist. He came out of the Father. The Most High is the great I am. The Holy Spirit, Ruach, was taken out of the Father, a mirror of his purity. And after that happened, life came. The Spirit that would be what? Whom we know as Jesus Christ, or Yeshua in the ancient Hebrew. The firstborn of every creature, read.
For by him were all things created that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers, all things were created by him and for him. And he is before all things, and by him all things consist.
And he is before all things, and by him all things consist. Read on.
And he is the head of the body, the church.
So this same spirit that created all spirits from the beginning is the head of the original church he set up. Not these pagan harlot houses we see today. So if you're under the true spirit and doctrine that Christ brought to the earth, you're under the protection. And therefore, all the spirits that are under his power cannot harm you without permission. See how it works? Who is the beginning, read.
Who is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, that in all things he might have the preeminence.
In all things he might have the preeminence. Now let's go back to the Apocrypha, Sirach.
Yes, sir. Sirach chapter 39, verse number 28.
Read 28.
There be spirits that are created for vengeance, which in their fury lay on sore strokes. In the time of destruction they pour out their force and appease the wrath of him that made them.
So eventually it would appease the wrath of him that made them. That's Christ. So when they let harp loose, when they do all these things and the spirits are cut loose in the earth, they can only appease who? The wrath of him that made them. They can only attack, kill, or destroy who Christ allowed them or direct them to. See? So if you're under sin and you're disobedient, now all this technology they're using to do this, they have the full authority to use it to rid the earth of the disobedient, the wicked. 29.
Fire and hail and famine and death, all these were created for vengeance.
All these were created for vengeance. Read.
Teeth of wild beasts and scorpions, serpents and the sword, punishing the wicked to destruction.
Punishing the wicked to destruction. So only those who need to fear are those who are in rebellion against God when these things happen. 31.
They shall rejoice in his commandment, and they shall be ready upon earth when need is. And when their time is come, they shall not transgress his word.
They shall not transgress his word. So even though they're using all these machines and these spirits are coming through, Christ is still in control. And these spirits can only harm those who are what? Who are disobeying God. Hence, I look back at what happened in Haiti years ago. Everyone knew that they turned on harp and sing the ripples in the sky. They were talking about this in Haiti before that mass earthquake came. But no one considered the fact that the Most High allowed it due to the witchcraft, the undermining that we do of one another so that our people cannot thrive politically in countries like this. How we undermine and backbite each other, use witchcraft in Haiti against one another. So the Most High allowed those spirits to come through and sweep through and destroy. He allowed those spirits to come through India years ago that killed thousands upon thousands, them being high-level pagans, sacrificing children, doing all types of evil things there. Even though harp is turned on, the Most High is bringing forth his wrath through it, because these are spirits that can only be directed or controlled at the end of the day by Christ. So yeah, they can move that stuff around, but Christ decides who live and or die in it. See?
That's right.
Christ decides that. See? I mean, y'all doing a great job. I really appreciate y'all doing that. We up at 2,500 on a Wednesday. I got to give y'all a round of applause. I got a few announcements to make too. I really appreciate y'all, and I hope this is giving some edification and assurance to you all that the Most High got you. He have us. So we're not to get shook in the midst of that because of what's going on, because it's going to get even worse. What we have in place, we have natural disaster funds, we have food funds, we got a lot of things. So if something happens in proximity of where our people are, whatever the case is, hey, we'll do everything we can to bring them the resources to make it through the eyes of storms. Right? And speaking of the eye of the storm, I have a few questions for Elder Gocc. So let's bring Elder Gocc in here.
If you don't mind, Elder, I got two more precepts off the back that you just brought out.
Okay, well, let's do that first then, and then bring out Elder.
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
All right. James 5:17 down to verse number 18.
James 5 in the New Testament. James 5:17. Where it says, Elias?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll
Because
read it.
people always ask.
I'll read it. You can break it down, but go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. You say
You
people.
can, you can read it.
No, you say people always ask. Go ahead.
People tend to ask, how is this possible? And they like to keep this in the realm of conspiracy, the idea of manipulating or changing the course of weather. Well, the idea of changing the course of weather always existed. The difference is that in ancient times, that ability was propagated or made possible through prayer.
Mm-hmm.
So here's an example here of Elijah.
Exactly.
James 5:17.
It's-
Elias was a man made subject to like passions as we are, and he prayed earnestly that it might not rain. And it rained not on the earth by the space of 3 years and 6 months. So Elijah, through prayer, was able to change the course of weather to the point where it had not rained for 3 years and 6 months. Verse 18 says, and he prayed again, and the heaven gave rain, and the earth brought forth her fruit.
And
What does this have to do with?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So what does this have to do with the enemy? Well, the enemy always seeks to carbon copy or replicate what the Most High does by creating shortcuts to manipulate things using metals or materials in the earth to try to carbon copy or replicate what was done in the ancient world through the Spirit, through prayer, through connecting with the Most High. Ephesians 2:2, and you can break this down.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that's a great point you're bringing, because it's almost the same, but we use our connection with the Most High in Christ, and He brought forth the storms or the rain. He opened up the chambers, but we were able to do it through prayer or connection. Well, the enemy, being that he's the devil, he must do it through the machinery of the earth, the carnal way. See that? Because he don't have that same connection. Great point. What's
Yes,
next?
sir. Yes, sir. Ephesians 2:2. You can break it down.
Ephesians 2, verse 2. Let me grab it here in Ephesus. Ephesians 2:2. Go ahead.
Where in time past you walked according to the course of this world, according to the prince of the power of the air, the power or the spirit that worketh now in the children of disobedience.
That's crystal clear. We walk in the course of this world according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience. So of course, we're walking after the course, or looking at how they're doing it according to the course of the prince of this world. See?
Mm-hmm. And because he's the prince of the power of the air, obviously he would have the ability to manipulate the air using elements and things of that nature.
Using elements, spraying certain elements in the sky, forming clouds and all this. Similar to what we read in the book of Enoch, when the fallen angels taught mankind how to do such things. Use certain metals in the sky to salt the earth. Use metals and salt to form clouds to make it rain.
Mm-hmm.
All of that came from the fallen angels. So now what they did was they just advanced that technology that was taught since before the flood. But still, what we have to see this as is spiritual warfare using weather.
Absolutely.
It's still coming out of the spirit. We just don't realize what it's all about. It's all about control. And they're letting these things loose more so than ever now that God's people have begun to come back to the Almighty. And now that we know who we are, they're throwing everything they can at one time against the awakening. All right? Thank you, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Right? So real quick, let's bring in, if you will, let me see, where is he here? Right here. Let's bring in, let's bring in Elder Gocc. Got to bring a round of applause up in here. What's going on, young man? Good to see you.
Good to be here, Elder. Good to be here. Thanks for bringing me in, man. I'm trying to arrange some footage to send over to you, but WhatsApp is down and all of these things, so I can't get the videos them over from Jamaica live, real time.
Okay, so tell me, Gocc, what's going on? What do you know? Is first and foremost, are the brothers and sisters, are they good over in Barbados, Jamaica, all where the churches are in those areas?
Yes, everyone's safe right now, as far as I know, up until this time. There's some brothers over in Westmoreland on the west end of the island that I've not heard from as yet. But Deacon Cliff is down there trying to do the rounds and trying to get in touch with everybody right now. So I'm waiting for him to give me an update and to make sure that everyone's safe.
Okay, so you have the floor. What say you based on what's going on?
All right, man. First and foremost, I want to say all praises to the Most High, in the name of Yeshua, the Holy One of Israel. And I had a conversation earlier today, Elder, right? And someone was saying to me that, something, the Most High judged Jamaica. And I said, no, the Most High spared Jamaica. Because when you look at the system that them set up, right? This thing, and it's 100%, it's 100% geoengineering. I sent you a link just then in your WhatsApp. Click on it for me, please, if you don't mind.
Okay, you sent it through WhatsApp?
Yeah, WhatsApp. It's on WhatsApp. It's a Google link.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, let me copy the link. Right, let me copy that. Let me send it to here. All right. Let me see, Teams. All right, let's see here. Okay.
Yeah?
It says chemtrails banned in Florida?
Yes. Now, why I put that there, right, is that in Florida, the governor of Florida passed a law about geoengineering and chemicals spraying in the atmosphere. Now, they haven't come out and said chemtrails, but that's what it is. Now, for the past 15 years, if you tell anybody about chemtrails and that they can actually manipulate the weather, geoengineering, people look at you and say you're a conspiracy theorist.
Okay, let me bring this in so they can see it. Let me bring this in so they can see it real quick. Right. Okay, what we're looking at here, Gocc, you asked me to pull it up.
Mm-hmm.
It says the law, Senate Bill 56 was signed by Governor Ron DeSantis in May 2025 and prohibits geoengineering and weather modification activities. Interesting. Is there more on this or what?
No, that's the article that came up, and the penalties that you have to pay if they catch you violating it.
$100,000. We reported on this. $100,000 if they catch people seeding the clouds with chemtrails in Florida. Now, like they still do it here in PA. I see it all the time. But they were paying small plane pilots $5,000 per dump.
Oh. Why I brought this up, Elder, is that just to show people, because we've been talking about chemtrails and weather modification for as long as I've been in the truth, right?
Yeah.
So everybody who would hear that would say it's a conspiracy theory. So I say that to say, oh no, it's not a conspiracy theory. They are well capable of doing this. Now let's go to Jamaica now. With the formations of hurricane, right? Hurricanes form over hot air, rise, and then when they move inland, the pressure increases and the strength dies as it comes towards the land. In this situation with this hurricane, it was not so. It intensified as it came into the land. Not only that, it was moving at about 5 miles an hour. Okay? Now, If anybody know that if you have a category 5 hurricane with over 200 miles winds moving at 5 miles an hour, that's like a tornado going very slow. Normally a tornado will hit and it will hit within a couple of minutes and then do the destruction and leave. This sat there for hours on the end. Not only that, and you can call me a conspiracy theorist if you want, anybody who's running into this. Not only that, every major media house from America was in Jamaica. 1, never seen that before. 2, the area in which the devastation happened, right? 2 things going on with that area. That's the south coast of Jamaica, where the government of Jamaica has sold all the drilling rights to oil companies like ExxonMobil, British Petroleum, etc., where they're drilling on the south coast for oil. They found oil, okay? In 2010, the Minister of Energy then signed a deal with Britain and America. So on the south coast of Jamaica right now, there is oil right there. The town or the parish in which was destroyed, St. Elizabeth Parish, from Black River all the way in, that's where you call the food basket of Jamaica. That's where them plant, that's where the most, like 90% of the vegetation come from St. Elizabeth, St. Best, all right, known for that. Now, they have just started to recover from the last hurricane that came through, and then now this happened. And this totally devastated the whole coast coming in. You with me? So there is no food coming for the last reaping now of autumn. There is no reaping now. So within another couple of weeks, the food prices are going to go up. Montego Bay got hit also extensively. Montego Bay is the tourist capital of Jamaica, where all the tourists come into. Now, if you hit Jamaica, hit the food, and then now you're hitting the what you call it, and you hit the tourists, the finances. Okay, it seems to me like a strategic hit on the island. So when people say like them say, oh, the Most High judges, I think the Most High spared the people, because based on that destruction that came through, we should be here talking about dead people, and the Most High preserve life. So all praises again to the Most High, high in the name of Yeshua, for protecting us and giving us giving us another day. Let me tell you, the church was in a fast. They were praying, and praises to the Most High. Like I said, there's no casualties that I have heard of. You understand me? And
praise the Most High.
We're just giving our praises to the Most High, man. So outside of the houses and all that being destroyed, we can build that back, man. You get me? We can always build that back. So praise to the Most High again, like I said. You get me? This is a direct attempt to murder the Most High people. You with me? And the Most High stand in the way and go, nah, man, no, not yet. Like you just said before, Ella, before I came on, that Christ decides who goes and who stays, not them. You get me? And it's just another one to reinforce the faith of the brethren them again, man. To know that they stood it, that we never panic. We stayed in prayer, we stayed unified, man, and the Most High spared us.
That's deep that you're saying this, Gocc. Have you heard about their plan? Because you say even though they use and turn the machine on, the Most High decide whether or not someone is harmed. Right? And like you said, it was fast and praying. I know I prayed. And I didn't know, this is the first I've heard that they were planning whole new areas in Jamaica, right? Whole new areas. Let me show you this. As a controlled smart city mechanism, but in order to do so, they have to have certain types of clearances to do this. And the clearance comes with if land is destroyed or if area come available, they can now do this smart city. Let me show you real quick. Hold on. Let me show you. Listen to this. I didn't know whether or not y'all knew about this, but it also go into What's up with Jamaica allowing all of these others to come in and take all the beachfronts and all the rich part of the area and won't allow the Jamaicans to have full power over these areas? That's another conversation I need to have. How could the Jamaican people, being the majority demographic there, allow that? I want to hear what you have to say on that. But let's go here. New Kingston to become Jamaica's smart city. I don't know if you heard about this. Let me play it.
All right, this is very interesting. Check this out. Something is happening in Jamaica right now. Most people are focused on the hurricane, but behind the scenes, there is another kind of storm brewing, a digital one. And I'm not saying that any of this is connected, but check this out. Okay, so right before this hurricane exploded into a Category 5 in under 18 hours, one of the fastest intensifications ever recorded, Jamaica announced plans to transform Kingston into a smart city, and it's all part of the Vision 2030 Jamaica, a multi-billion-dollar program to rebuild, modernize, and digitalize the whole island.
By 2030.
I mean, come on, a digital island. Data-driven control, automated enforcement, CCTV on every corner, AI-based infrastructure, and even foreign funding flowing from the US. Now just think about this for a second. A $5 billion project, new digital districts, smart energy grids, centralized management systems, all being set up right now. And then suddenly, the worst storm in years sweeps straight across the region. Could this all just be a coincidence? Maybe it is. But it does make you wonder how often disaster and development seem to arrive together, and how easily people just accept total surveillance when it's packaged as control safety. Ultimately, those smart cities are being drawn up all over the world. Jamaica is not alone with this, from Africa to Asia, from the Caribbean all the way to Europe, each one promising efficiency, sustainability, and security. But the fine print always includes the same thing: monetarization, automation, and control. All I'm saying is, right now, beautiful people, when the world rebuilds, who really designs the future? So, as they're going to now have to rebuild Kingston after the storm, just keep your eyes open, watch who funds these projects and watch what data they collect. Because sometimes the story's not in the disaster, it's what gets built after. And I'm not telling you what to think, I'm just saying to think. But obviously, for the centuries, and this was all just for entertainment, once again, and I'm as fictional as a dinosaur, baby.
You know anything about this?
All right, this...
Yeah, man. This is part of the 2030 plan, where I'm looking to build. I'm looking to extend the city from downtown all the way out to Harborview. That is something I know about. Now, the only thing with this particular blogger here is that the damage wasn't done in Kingston. It was done in St. Elizabeth, which is on the other side of the island.
Yeah.
And what I more think it's in line with is that side of the island is where they found the oil. So if they're gonna do any reconstruction, it would be into that city first. You understand, into that town. So they just devastate it and then we rebuild it. That's what I think, though. You understand me? But
okay.
There was no damage done to Kingston per se.
Well,
so that's the only. Yeah. Go on.
No, I'm saying you would have more knowledge being from there, so that's why I have you on to give us the proper insight.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now let me ask. Let me ask. Go ahead, Gocc. Then I'll move to the next thing.
No man. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah. Now you mentioned something that stood out to me. You said, well, even though they were claiming that this category storm, 2 storms at once would probably wipe out Jamaica in different areas, that you, based on the reports, you would say, okay, the Most High spared Jamaica, right?
Yes.
But how long do you think that he's going to, in your opinion, because they're seeking to do this by 2030, and some of the things that you're saying about Jamaica that you've talked to me one-on-one, it won't be long before the Most High just allow whatever judgment to come there happens. Like you said that, and if you want to, mention this to the brothers and sisters, that there was a rash of women coming up missing, wives of husbands, based on husbands finding out that their woman was dealing with voodoo or witchcraft and had craft against their own husbands, and that husbands started retaliating by doing what they needed to do to rid themselves of the spell, which is, capital punishment to some degree. and the governments knew that these women were actually, getting exterminated, if you will, because of the witchcraft, the rise in witchcraft in Jamaica. What say you on that?
All right. So to the first part of your question, when you say how long you think this would continue with the Most High before the Most High bring judgment, I am seeing a shift in the ways of life, so to speak, of the people in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Like, for example.
You mean a positive shift?
Yes, sir. Positive.
All right.
An example is that 10 years ago, if I was to bring up certain conversation, people wouldn't receive it, but now people listening to it. People are like, okay. You understand me? It's like almost like a mass awakening going on the island. You understand me? And I think what has induced that, what has caused that, is because of people seeing the lies being told as it relates to what went on in 2020. People seeing that, people understand that it must be there's an agenda out there right now against the people. When you talk to them a lot about the jobs and all of these things, people more tuning or including about it. So I see an awakening going on in that breath. That said, yeah, the debacle is there. The government is pushing the debacle. The government is allowing all of these people to come in from India and wherever and push witchcraft on the people. Not that it wasn't there, not that the people aren't guilty of doing it themselves, but they are pushing it on them right now. They're making it even though it's on the books as being illegal, they don't enforce them laws. You understand me? So it is like the common people, the local people. I think there's a shift with them, but the government has an agenda. The government is fully entrenched with the mark of the beast system and is ready to push that. And whatever they get paid to by the higher ups, they'll collect it without hesitation. You understand me? So that is the dynamics I see going on right now. Like I said, I've been in contact, even though I'm not on the island, I'm in contact with everybody on the island within my my circle.
See, but this is why I'm asking you, right? I'm asking you because I hear this dynamic of Jamaica, as well as the dynamic of what I hear, a similar reason to why Africa and our people in Africa say that we can't advance because the politicians are corrupt. Okay. And there's more of us in those areas than it is the people that are controlling us. Right? And then I look at, not in comparison, but I'm trying to see where the dynamic is different at. You have us in America, Judah, who's the vast minority. But when we see things are pushing up against us, we shut things down. We don't care. So they'll have to do other things. They'll bring in other people to undermine us. Right? They'll bring in other people and put them in political positions and pass laws from other countries like Africa, like Jamaica. But all in all, even though they're corrupt, they understand that even with Judah from the beginning, when you rock the boat against us over here being the minority, the country shuts down. We don't care. Listen, everything is going to stop until we come to an understanding. We're not hearing that stuff. The government is corrupt. And see, but that's what I don't know what that anomaly is, right?
Let me see if I can quantify it for you, right?
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to a place like Jamaica and Africa, all right?
Yeah.
The divide is very vast. The poor and there's not really a middle class. You understand me? It's either you have it or you don't.
Yeah.
So what the politicians do in that case now, when you have the people that are without, right? These are the people that they have in the pockets. So they'll come into the communities, and because people just worry about day-to-day activities. People just worry about, listen, I need water today, I need food today. And these are the people that they manipulate. So they get them and they say, all right, then the election coming up next week, we're gonna just pay your money and then you just come and vote for us. Now you have the next set of people now that, listen, it doesn't matter who wins in the government. It really don't make a it really have no bearings on them. So they don't. It doesn't matter who is in power. It's the same for them. And you know, when I look at it, when I look at it, and that's what I was saying to you earlier. I had a conversation with you a couple months back, maybe about a year now, when I said, you know something, I would really go into representation and politics like that, because it's like you see the divide, and you see where the people not being attended to, not where the people faint. You see it, you're witnessing it. You understand?
Yeah.
And that is what I can. That is all I can quantify it most. That
Yeah.
The people, there's one set of people that is just they're just destitute, and the politicians prey on that. So they come around and they give them some money, and they keep a little party for them, and it becomes a carnival. You understand me? You know, when I was younger, it was a lot more destructive, meaning that, you know, it was a bunch, people would die. You know, praise the Most High is not like that now. This generation isn't as savage or vicious as the one before, but the circumstances still remain the same. The people are still in poverty, and the politicians use that and manipulate that. And I've seen it. I see it in Jamaica, and I see it in Africa. In America, the dynamics would be a little bit different now, because in America, what I've seen, and you can speak to this, it's more a battle of leftists versus right. It's really that, and how they manipulate the people that way. You with me? But Jamaica is a direct poverty thing, where them say, all right, then we're going to keep these people them poor. So if a politician come around and you have a little business, and the politician come and patronize the business and give you a little money, then that's who you're voting for. You know, if you have your children them school fees to pay, and you pay the politician come and say, all right, we'll waive the school fee, or we get the school fee paid. That's who you're voting for. Or them come around and them give you money in your hand, literally in your hand. You understand me? And that's who you vote. That's who you're voting for.
Yeah.
So that is really that's really.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying. I'm not talking about the voting system, and maybe we can have a broadcast like this, just in of itself, right? Because I'm not saying right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just trying to view the dynamics. So I'm viewing the dynamics in a way that we can cut through and get our people on one accord. Because this is what I'm saying. Now that I look at the dynamics, I'm like, okay, something is different with Judah here in America. And now I understand. I thought about it, and I'm like, I know what it is. It's in the Bible. Right? It's in the Bible. Mm-hmm. And I don't think we have actually, when it talks about the tents of Judah, it's there. The tents of Judah first. Give me that, lawyer. And Zechariah.
Yes, sir. It's Zechariah.
Zechariah 12. That's it. This is it. You know what? I answered my own question almost, because I thought about it just from a political standpoint, how we viewing it now. Like we would have, if we was in Africa, like the way we are in America, if we was in Jamaica, the way blacks are in America, they wouldn't be able to use politicians to do anything. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Right? And I thought about that. Chattel slavery, what happened to us over here, it turned us into one tribe where every person was so important. It was for self-preservation that we had to come together and stay together on every level. So when we got into politics, we couldn't void ourselves or separate ourselves from what just happened to us in slavery. We were in politics to do what we could for our people because we were in slavery. We didn't become doctors and all these others just to become a part of the American dream. We did it to survive. Right? So it doesn't matter. You can't bribe that type of unity. If we didn't stay together after slavery, we would have ceased to exist. And that created something different. We were on a We was on the cusp of extinction. Something kicks in when you must live and come together as one tribe in order to survive. And innately, something happened with us here because of that. And then once I thought about that, I was like, this is why they have to undermine us politically. Because something was created out of us different here. Listen to this. When you read Zechariah 12:7, it says, the Lord also, listen, the Lord also shall save the tents of Judah first, that the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, which are the other 10 tribes, do not magnify themselves against Judah. Well, what was the event that allowed us to come together to be saved first? It came out of chattel slavery. So based on our experience here, we had to fight the white man tooth and nail, Esau, just to get on equal footing to be respected with them. And that created something. It was something that it would be that the Most High would utilize to bring all 12 tribes together and say, listen, we got to survive now as one tribe, being the 12 tribes, like Judah survived slavery in America. That the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem did not magnify themselves against Judah. He rallied Judah together through the circumstances. So if we made it through this, we're willing to fight Esau through everything. We don't care. So if they don't get right, it all shuts down. And us being the minority. See, but this is why they begin to pacify Judah to a degree, because they didn't want that spirit to begin to spread amongst the other 12 tribes. The other 12 tribes, to some degree, can be controlled from the top down politically. And if they can control the politics by starving the people, then guess what? They'll keep it that way. But Judah going to be like, well, no. The politicians ain't going to eat, and no one is going to eat until we all get this thing right. That's what Judah did in America. That's what Judah continue to do. And that's why they must undermine Judah politically. And it's time that, and I'm going to tell you, that all the tribes, the Most High is going to force them into that same spirit. Because if we don't come together for self-preservation, they're going to destroy us anyway. But I digress. Anything you have to say on that, lawyer?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to put that out there because I could never understand, Gocc, with our people being the majority in Africa, being ran by some few dudes, politicians in position, who's controlled by the Western world. And the only difference between them, the politicians in position, and the people they're controlling is the fact that they put that person in a fancy house and put some clothes on it. A different set of royal clothes on him. I never understood. I'm like, we are the vast majority.
So you see, I mean, the only thing I can say to it, right? That's the common denominator, being that I've seen it where I'm from and been to Africa and seen it also, right? Is that when people are hungry, it's a different mindset. The mindset of the people when they're hungry, different mindset, and they've used that because if I it's like even in Jamaica right now. If I pull up to say I'm gonna share the gospel with somebody, if that man hungry, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah. But Gocc, we were hungry. Trail of Tears. No. What I'm saying is, I understand the circumstance we're dealing with now.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That like and I don't want to sound what's the word? I don't want to sound presumptuous in saying it, right? But
put it this way. Wouldn't that be an even greater driving force to change? The fact that I'm hungry? The fact that we're hungry?
Check it.
Yeah.
The tribal politics with Jamaicans, right? And I'm just let me stick it there. The tribal politics with Jamaica and how they set Jamaica. Most Jamaicans from growing up, right? Jamaica is surrounded by beaches, okay?
Yeah.
But it's a mindset has been programmed into the people and to think that, well, better come from Europe, better come from America. My grandparents migrated looking for a better life, coming to places like England and all of these places. And when you go back and you look into where my grandmother and grandfather come from in Jamaica, the land beautiful, mountainous and lush, but there's a mindset that there's better comes from north. And that is the mindset that they have with my people. Same thing when you go to Africa. The Africans them look at you different because you come from America, you come from the West. They're different. Them treat you different. And I understand that vibe. I understand why them like that. You get me? So what going on in America? The dynamics on the islands were very different. You get me? And how they look at it, because I ask my mother all the time. I was like, yo, even my father, like, yo, why England? Of all the places on the earth that you could have gone to, why did you go to England? It's the worst food, it's the worst weather, it's expensive, it's cold, it's wet, it rains every day. Why? Why you leave your good place? And I'm like, well, trying to make a better life and all of these examples that they give. So I can't necessarily speak to America and what, but it's like you said, within America, sorry, go ahead.
No, let me say this, because before I lose this thought, it's all coming. I'm glad we should have a sit down, man. When you go to, man, I can't wait. One day we're going to sit down. I got a studio for a podcast. Sit down, nice chairs, everything, because we need to have this discussion, because that's the dynamic that's different. You see how Jamaicans had somewhere to go for a better life? That's the dynamic, Elder Lawyer.
Right.
We didn't have no choice. Anything that we was going to get, it would. That's why we had to make it right here and make sure the government get right, because we didn't have no place to go to get a better life. Think about this. My family came out of plantations. I remember going down south in Virginia, where it was one level shack house, and my grandfather's house, we had to go to an outhouse. That means a small toilet on the outside of the house to use the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
So when people say that poor coming from poor means, we knew what it was, right? But the whole thing is, we couldn't look at that being that poor house in Virginia my grandfather had with an outhouse and say, you know what? To get something better, let me go to another country. There was no country for us. So if we was going to turn that house, that slave house and outhouse into something, we would have to fight for it, because there was no place to run, no place to go. Mm-hmm. So I thought about that. That's why when we went through the Trail of Tears, we moved into Oklahoma with nothing. It so happened we're about to do the Passover next year there. And we built Black Wall Street out of nothing. No help from the government. No help from nothing. We went into an area where there was nothing at all and built a whole town and extended that town. And guess what? When they put us on the Trail of Tears, they left us for dead. They didn't know we was going to go. They say that you can take this territory here because we don't care to do nothing with it anyway. I mean, I'm sure our forefathers would have said, you know what? If we can get on a boat or get somewhere and have a better life instantly and have our life change, That would have been a grand opportunity. But what if you've been moved on the Trail of Tears and all this against racism after slavery, and you have to build it from the ground up with nowhere to go and no one to help you? This is what our forefathers went through. We can't look at our area and say, you know what? I see America as great. I see Great Britain as great. And now, or I'm just going to leave. We don't have that opportunity. And if our people didn't have the opportunity to leave, that would force the politicians and the people who represent you to do what's right by you. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm not going nowhere. This is where my roots are, and this is where my forefathers' bones are buried. Either y'all going to get right or this whole thing stops. And these are the conversations. This is why it's a cycle. We have a cycle of deprivation and never advance from one generation to the next because no one have any honor anymore. How can you leave the place your forefathers are buried? Where's the honor? And see, these are the conversations that they didn't want us to have as a people. I'm sitting here with you, Gocc. Mm-hmm. When I met you over, and we've heard this story over and over again, and we're not going to regurgitate it. When I met you over in the UK, and I think the Most High you were there, you was an unbeliever in the conscious community, but you had a love for your people, and you needed direction on how can we finally get together since we claim we want to get together as black people. Mm-hmm. And through that conversation, I'm sitting here with you. You're a man in the church. Now you're doing the will of the Almighty like myself. And now it's Judah and Benjamin having the conversations that the world powers tried to keep us from having since chattel slavery. So we're not just talking. We're not just talking scripture. We're talking kingdom building. We're talking making the world different for our next generation so they don't have to go through the struggle of ignorance our foreparents went through. Just us sitting here, Judah, Benjamin, and I call Levi in, Simeon. The fact that we have these conversations is changing things because there's many people out there in Africa and other places themselves are listening to this. You know what they're saying? You know what? What Elder Gocc and what they're saying here is right. Why do we got to keep leaving when people have to make it right for us right now? How can other nations come in our country and rake all of our resources and keep us destitute while a few men over us keep us impoverished? And the example that our brothers will have is, look at Judah, who was left for dead in America, who had no place to go, who stuck together and survived through it all to the point where where even the white man had to do what? Had to get right. Because they had no place to go. Where you can force the politics from the ground up instead of the politicians controlling you from a big house down. That's why they never really wanted, when they have you see America, they want you to see the jobs. They want you to see the opportunity. You hear about this opportunity all the time. But what they try to keep from people like Benjamin and Africa and all these people who come here for opportunity, what they want to keep from people is the struggle of Judah and what he had to do for the sake of survival to make opportunity for everyone, including white people. They try to keep that out of the sphere of conversation. This opportunity didn't come just because this is America. That opportunity didn't come because the white man was so smart and this was America. The opportunities for everyone came out of struggle. It came out of the laws that would pass when they didn't know what to do with slaves who were now freed. That's your 14th and 15th Amendment, where you can now have a child and would have a child and become a citizen. Why is that a law? It's a law based on the fact that these are slaves who weren't citizens. And their children had to be considered citizens. So what I'm saying is, here's the conversation that we must have together as people so that we can have a mind shift, a spiritual mind shift to say, you know what? No. It's time for us as people, as the children of Israel, to have honor and stand 10 toes down for our people like our forefathers did. Like Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the 12 tribes, and not be moved politically. But that cannot happen unless we come together under that one code we left, the law. What say you?
Yeah, man. I'm 100%. I'm down with that, man. You met me like that. I am down and ready to go for my people. You with me? Because
that's right.
The struggle real. Let me read something for you, man. And this scripture always hit me, you know.
Yes.
I'm in the book of Matthew, the 9th chapter and the 35th verse. And it says,
what is it?
Went Matthew 9:35.
Matthew 9 and 35. Yes, sir, I have it. Hold on, let me grab it. And then we can open up the lines for those who would like to come in. Let me see. Matthew 9. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, Matthew 9, verse 35. I'll read it.
Okay.
And Yeshua went about all the cities of the villages, teaching in their synagogues, and preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing every sickness and every disease amongst the people. But when he saw the multitudes, he was moved with compassion on them, because they fainted and were scattered abroad as sheep having no shepherd.
This is what I see when I'm out there. This always resonates with me, because why? The people them is like them have no shepherd, them faint, them sick. You understand? You walk into Kingston Hospital right now, and if you're not firm, you will break you. It will break you when you see it. You understand me? You walk into the Children's Hospital. You understand me? You will break. I was watching the news with the hurricane coming over St. Elizabeth, and the hospital wasn't evacuated fully. I'm like, what the hell? People were still in the hospital. People were still in the hospital up until the 9th hour of the hurricane coming through. You understand me? And this is what we have. We have poor representation. We have no leadership that looks out for the people. It is the people sick, diseased.
See, but that's the point, right? That's the point I'm talking about. We look at how Christ said he went through in teaching. He went through, and it hurt him to see the conditions of his people. But to look at this, and we see the hospitals can hardly deal with the sick, and then see the Chinese come in and build this resort in the best place, financially grandizing themselves, and building it with a degree to withstand these storms and earthquakes, right on the land where my people can't even afford to have a good hospital to live through a storm through.
Exactly.
It's total. It's one thing. It's one thing we went through Israel and see everybody was like that. But hell, if we was gonna let a Chinese person or another nation be there, totally protected, right next to us, there's gonna be some reciprocity here. There's gonna be some balance. Okay. And I would understand it if we could go into China and where their people are deprived and build something stronger, and it was equal, and I can say, well, okay, will the Chinese allow us to do what they're doing to us?
No, man, never.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the whole thing, that's what I'm saying. So it doesn't look right, even from a human perspective. Something is wrong with us to allow these things to happen and not say, you know what? At least have balance. At least have balance. So no, we're not going to allow you to pass laws to build where our people are suffering unless what's written in these contracts is what? Upward mobility, where our people come out of poverty through this project immediately. But we're talking some high conversations right now. And this is why they're looking to shut everything down. Israel is thinking different and talking different. But you're right. I understand that. But we have to have a mind shift. We have to have a mind and preparation for our people, knowing that the world isn't going to give us nothing. The world is.
I'm ready, man. Whenever you're ready for these conversations, man, I'm ready to have them. You get me? I'm ready. I'm here.
Okay.
Let me know. We sit and we talk about these things because, like you say, maybe people just don't know. You with me?
Yeah.
Maybe we've never sat down and spoken about it as to the reason why the people out of the Caribbean and Africa are trying to migrate to America, not knowing that, listen, where you are, you can build that, You can build that and set that up. Let that be grand more than you trying to go to somewhere to get handouts. I'm up for that. Ready for that. Ready for that conversation.
And see, here's the con game. Here's the grift. You come over to America for a better opportunity and grow a new first generation roots here in a foreign country, right? And then the Chinese and the Jewish man and the Asian man come behind you and take and buy what you walked away from impoverished and make it grand. So
that's what they're doing.
That's the grip. That's the grip.
What they're doing.
That's the grip.
Exactly. People leaving, running away from them property and them land, and the Chinese coming and buying it up for pennies on the dollar, buying it up. And you pass it back. No, you're looking at hotels. You're looking at housing project development. All of this stuff. People walk away left.
That's the con game. That's the con game. Exactly. That's the con game. But when we stop the game of musical chairs and stand 10 toes down with the Most High, like Judah did, everything must stop. They be like, we didn't prepare society to deal with this type of black man.
Yo, let me tell you something. Let me drop this one last bar before we can open up the lines, right?
Yes.
2016, I think it was. I think I just came back from Australia, and I just came back from Australia, come back to the UK. Literally a month later, I got a phone call that my dad fell ill in Jamaica, right? So I was like, let me go grab him and bring him to the UK. At least I can get his medical sorted out and all that stuff. Went for the old man, bring him to the UK. Long story short, had a meeting with my siblings, okay?
Yeah.
Had a meeting with my siblings. And siblings, them was like, listen, all them land that the old man have in Jamaica, we need to sell it. And I'm like, sell why? Why we need to sell the land? Because, who's going to look after the old man? I'm like, I am going to look after the old man. The old man is going to live with me in my house. What are you talking about? You understand me? What's the mindset? And it's funny enough, me and the old man was having this conversation about 2 days ago, and him say, listen, one of the best decisions that you ever made, this is me him telling me this, is that, you stood up and tell the people and you're not selling the land. How can you sell the land? How can you sell it? How can I sell off my land, right? My legacy, okay? That my parents work hard and buy and put down and then come to England to come rent and build up England. You're mad. You crazy. You understand? You must be out of your mind. I ain't doing that. So when just 2 days ago, man, the old man having a conversation and him say, boy, when I was sick, I'm glad you stood up and did that. Of course, you're most glad. If I sold your house and all of these things, where would you go back when you need a holiday? You understand me?
Yeah.
You get me? What would you do? I can't stand this place, You understand me? No disrespect to England, but I can't stand this place. You get me? I can't stand this place. If it wasn't for obligations and certain things, I wouldn't be here. I'd be on the island. You best believe it. I'd have been down there in the hurricane, or something told me to sit back. That's another story. Anyways, but this is the thing though. I would go to Jamaica and build it up. I will go there and build the people them up, grow food, and because everybody seems, I see all the Chinese them running over to Jamaica to set up business and all of these things. So something must be going on within Jamaica for them to do that.
Yeah.
You understand? So I'm not fooled by the hype and the foreign hype to go foreign and go overseas. No, man. The most amount of money I ever made, and I tell this all the time, the most money I ever made one time was on that island in Jamaica, one time. You get me? Doing business on the island.
Yeah.
So I'm not looking to go nowhere and try and build up in other places. You get me? But the mindset of our people will sell that out in a minute, thinking that there's milk and honey up in America and in Europe and these places. No, man. You get me? No.
Yeah.
No. I'm not of that mindset. But anyways, I yield.
You yield? Well, Elder, I don't know if you was in the meeting Tuesday.
The same thing that just happened to me before when you were putting in that link. I couldn't get into the meeting.
Okay.
And I was in that space of time as well. I was on the phone dealing with the people.
Well, even though you're gonna get it in a memo anyway, I might as well announce it here while everyone is looking. We got a program that's going to be from the church that transfers into any community our church serves. It's called the Young Maccabees. Young men from 12 years old up until an aged man will be a part of the program. We're living in a time where most young men, especially in America, grew up without having a mentor or a male figure, and their sensibilities have been affected because of it. Well, suppose we become their big brothers, their fathers, their cousins, their uncles, and build them through a program using what? The Bible's perspective. Not only will we teach them manhood according to the Bible, we teach them the law, we teach them precept, we teach them how to teach, we teach them how to preach at a young age. On top of that, we teach them workouts, physical health, and it moves into a captain program where they'll grow from there into the priesthood. They go from an officer, they go from a captain, and then they go into deacon, bishop, whatever the case is. And it moves them from their age into the priesthood, right? From 12 years old upward. And it's going to be called the Young Maccabees. Outstanding. What we're going to do, we're going to send the uniforms, Gathering of Christ Church, Young Maccabees on the back, and all of them will have the same uniform with fringes on it. Every place where we have a church or we have people that want to become a part of the church, we're going to bring them in via video, send shirts out where they can preach where they are, representing the Gathering of Christ real time in their areas. While there's still time and we're connected to everyone, we're going to use this technology and just do what we got to do while time is running out to bring again God's people. So a lot of what you're talking about now and what we're discussing, we are changing lives. We have to do it from the soil, inside out, dealing with first the men that and young ladies we can affect directly. That's how we change the mindsets, this slave mentality that they've placed us under to break the generational curses. So with that in the school we have and everything, it's just, I'm excited concerning where this whole thing is going. But go on.
And just to add to that, man, I'm gonna be going out to the South Pacific soon as well. I'm gonna probably go after the Feast of Dedication. I'm gonna go to Australia and then probably on to Fiji Island as well. So look out for that as well.
Okay,
yes,
so when are you going to Australia?
I might go after the Feast of Dedication. That's what I'm looking at.
Okay, because I know for the Feast of Dedication, I know I'm going to deal with California and Detroit, but I'll try to make it. I have to make it to Australia too, so we'll probably be dealing with that at the top of next year. the top of the turn of the year. All right. So if that's so, you probably have to make an additional trip.
Yeah, I don't mind, man. I don't mind. But if you're in California, man, it's a quick jump from California down to. You could do it in 2 steps. You could go Hawaii and then from Hawaii to
Australia.
Melbourne.
Yeah.
You could do like 6 hours to Hawaii and then 10 hours to Australia from there. But I'm looking at that. I was talking to the twins. I was talking to the twins and your house about it that we need to actually go down there.
We going there.
I was saying,
Australia, we're coming. Australia, we're coming. So let me open up if you would like to get on, brothers and sisters, please text 455-888 455-888-2759. 455. Let me make sure that's right. 445-888-2759. Text if you'd like to get in on the conversation. We got a brother Gabar would love to talk about today's lesson. Let me bring him in now. All right. Let me bring him in now. Right. And again, we're going into the Hebrew and Bible Academy, tearing down the lies that came with modern day Christian doctrine. Okay. The Christianity they teach, it don't have anything to do with God's doctrine out of the Bible. Esau only used that doctrine as a form of control. Some people get confused. They'll try to throw away the Bible, claiming it's a white man's religion because the white man used it as a form of control, but it wasn't the Bible itself. It was a false doctrine so that we can see white people as the heavenly righteous God's people and see us as others. That was psychology 101 at its finest. Okay? The Bible had nothing to do with the lies Esau taught through it. The only thing the Bible was a prop for them. And they can only use Christianity if it gives them the authority over our people. Once we figure out we the people and start following the Bible, the white man will throw the Bible out and they'll become Hindus. Okay? They could care less about the Bible if they can't control people using their false doctrine. So I'm going to be talking about that and more in the next academy, okay? Exposing the Edomite lies. The Edomite lies within Christianity is how I'm going to title this. Okay? The Edomite lies and the Bible. Okay? Do not call right now because I am currently, Demetrius, do not call. I am currently taking text only. Don't jump the line now. Do not jump the line. Do not make a phone call. Okay? I'll tell you when I'm ready for phone calls, I'll let you know. But right now, text and text only. Do not jump the line. I don't think, Demetrius, stop calling. Text, and I'll bring you in the order in the order you texted. Demetrius.
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do me a favor. Text.
Yes, sir.
Text, and I'll call you in the line in the queue you fall under. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
My man. Lord have mercy, my brother. Okay, 478-461-0. All right, let me do it. All right, let's answer a few calls. You can jump in at any time, Elder Lawyer and or Elder Gocc. Let's do it.
Yes, sir.
I'll call you in the order of your text, okay? 455-888-2759 if you would like to chime in. How you doing, Gabar? Talk to me.
Shalom, elders. How y'all doing today, brother? I'm blessed by the best.
Well, do me a favor. Make sure that the video, the live, is muted in the background. Talk to me. What say you?
Yes, sir.
Floor is yours.
Brother, I mean, I love it when you and Gocc, I love it when you guys always get together. Y'all always come up with profound
Dialogue.
ideas.
Dialogue.
Yeah, dialogue. Exactly, exactly. My
Yeah.
brother, and see, and you hit the hammer on the nail when you said when you spoke about the everybody getting together on one accord instead of moving from
one place to the next.
Exactly, one place to the next. I saw it. They had a meeting with Donald Trump met with some of the nations, with the African nations. They had videos because I guess they had got tired of the tyranny that they were under, and they started rebelling. They started They started fighting back against some of the Gentiles that had stolen some of their land.
Yeah.
And not saying that it's it was right, but I guess they got fed up, and Donald Trump was saying, I forgot the name of the the name of the set of people.
I think that happened early in Trump's administration. I think that happened in South Africa.
Yes, it happened in South Africa.
Yeah,
right.
I remember that.
Right, and they was just outright killing them, like slaughtering the people because they got tired.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the way they need to go about it. More so than I can understand in war. War can be ugly, but
Right.
more so it's about standing 10 toes down and say, okay, hey, the country moves when we move.
Right. Right.
Right.
Definitely. Oh,
so
I agree.
so the whole thing is that look at what we did during the civil rights movement. We're like, okay, I'll tell you what. Coming out of slavery, we were the only people who knew how to work because we built the country.
Right.
So the only leverage we had was to say, you know what? Hey, one thing Esau understands is his economics, and you can't get in the way of his upward mobility when it comes to finances and his progression when it comes to nation building. So he's on a schedule. Esau don't got that much time. So when you get in the way of their time, they come to the table. Right? So it's like, well,
Right.
listen, so how can we now don't forget Esau's gonna look to seek vengeance later. But currently to get the wheel rolling, they'll negotiate. And that's what our people don't have that staying power. A lot of people don't have that staying power to say, well, listen, this country ain't going to move if we don't all move together and benefit from it. There's not enough people on code with one another. People are too tribal.
Right.
You got everybody in Africa suffering under the same oppression and are divided under tribes. It's utterly ridiculous. The only tribe Esau sees is the Edomite tribe. They don't care about none of that. They're united based on how they look and what their nation agendas are. And it's our people who are too tribal, and then they try to bring that tribal crap amongst other places they travel to.
Right.
And no, we don't roll like that. You're going to have to shed your tribe. If you're going to be a tribe, you're one of the tribes of Israel. All those tribes, the tribal mentality we learned in the slave mentality, we have to shed all that crap.
You're right. I agree.
But go ahead. You have the last word.
Oh, well, because and it says like because in the area I'm located in because I'm in Georgia.
Hold on. I'm sorry it hung up. Let me get him. I think he got disconnected. Did he? I think he was disconnected. Hold on, I'll call you back. 1 second. With that 4, 7, 8. 1 second. Let me call you back. Do not call. Text 445-888-2759 if you would like to come in. I will not bring phone calls over the messages. Okay, you had the last word. I'm sorry you got hung up on.
Oh no, thank you, Elder. Yeah, I got disconnected. No, yeah, I was just saying because in the area I'm located in, we had a lot of the universities, and they had a lot of the money, and they was buying up a lot of the land in the impoverished areas, and they beautify as well as just building as an extension of those colleges and universities. They also build up and bought some of those housing units.
When you say you got to speed it up. I got a lot of people waiting. What are you saying? Talk to me. Who doing what?
I'm located in Georgia, so it was the university. It was the college Mercer. It was the college named Mercer, and so they bought up some of the housing, the old housing, and they rehab them and turned to new housing development.
Yeah, they regentrifying the area. Go on.
Right, definitely. So when you spoke of upper mobility, that sort of ushered, what you were speaking of. Not only could they just come in and just build what they wanted to build, but they had to beautify the neighborhood as well.
Exactly. What you're talking about, the agreement on if they're going to do something, the people in proximity is going to benefit with what they're doing here.
Exactly.
That's how we do it. And this is what I'm saying. When it comes to policy and politics, who's going to allow some politician that's going to be in position not representing the people who got them in position? Like, nah, if Chinese going to be over here, then you got to tell us how our lives become better. And this is why there's a big pushback in America with foreigners coming over who claim to look like us, but they're not trying to say anything for policy for our people who built the country here, right? And allowed them to come through. But they don't realize that only worked where they came from. That doesn't work amongst Judah.
Oh no, because hey man, we'll topple something over.
Yeah. So that only works where they came from. They used to doing that there and so Esau's saying, hold up. We see how we did this over in Africa and play. Let's bring them over here and make them politicians. But it ain't gonna rock the same. Believe me. Because we got a thing where we begin to communicate with one another, and we tell everybody, we're watching everybody. We watching the East Indians, y'all making doctors, pharmacists. We're seeing all the people you brought from other places who couldn't benefit where they came from. So hell if you're gonna have them the authority over us.
Right.
And we're telling you right now, it ain't gonna fly. Because our people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, but they're different once they know.
Right.
See?
Right.
So we're going to inform them. These people coming over here is not for our turn. They wasn't raised with us, and they have a different mentality. They was raised against us. And if they don't, our people don't know, we're going to tell them. Do not trust these foreigners. Because they undermine they undermine their own people where they're from. So what do you think they're going to do to you here in America? And why do you think they put them in our neighborhoods and not in Jewish neighborhoods or in the suburbs? Why do you think they put these people who was treacherous in their countries next to us? So, hey, we're here to inform the people.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
So we're not saying that we can't exchange services with them or, do business with them, but we are not to trust them. Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you, Elder. Kwam Yasharala.
Kwam Yasharala, my brother. Great call. Great call. You see why they don't want Israel to wake up? I tell you, it take our people a while to get around to understand what's going on. But once they know, let me tell you, they become a force. Our people have become a force to be reckoned with. Let me see. So who's next? Let's go to the messages here. Okay. Let's go to the messages here. today. I'm looking to join the Chicago body. I've emailed before. Don't worry about it, 414. I will give your number personally to the bishop of the administration of this church, and they'll reach out to you so you can be in the church in Chicago. Okay? Almost immediately. Don't worry about that. I got you. Shalom, Elder. Let's see who this is. You have anything to say, Elder Lawyer, Elder Gocc, y'all fine?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm good for the moment.
Okay. All right. So now if you would like, you can call in. I'm taking phone calls in the order they come in. So 445-888-2759. We're going to take the next 5 minutes to take calls. Stay prayed up and keep in mind, sin not, we will soon see Israel, brothers and sisters. And we do have an academy exposing the Edomite lies within Christianity. Do not trust Jesuits. Do not trust apologetics. Okay? They're of the devil. Okay? And again, we like to make the announcement that I've made earlier. A brand new school that began Monday, the Gathering of Christ Church, I Am Royal Academy. Okay? It costs absolutely nothing. Our children are enjoying it. A righteous school where we teach different languages, math skills, reading skills, but they learn the history and knowledge of their forefathers, the knowledge that was lost of our people being of the lost tribes of Israel. And yes, they're getting it done. I Am Royal. Go to gatheringofchrist.org. Make sure you go into the donate page to donate to I Am Royal, because it's a free school and it can only run on what? Donations towards this particular project. It costs currently $10,000 a month to sustain this particular school, and the church put up the money first. We got another blessed donation from a brother who donated $10,000 directly to it, and the more you put into it, the longer we can do this to the point where it will continually, eventually sustain itself. We don't have any grants, no nothing. It's solely running off of the money we put into it. And I'm going to throw a few dollars into it, of course. All right. So there you go. I Am Royal School is here. The school that all of us been waiting for. 916 area code. Talk to me. 916 area code.
Hello?
Yes, 916. You're here.
Shalom.
Shalom. We're giving each person 2 minutes. Talk to me. What you got for us?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Pardon me. What's the last thing you said?
No, what? You called in. You have.
Oh, this is Elder.
What you got?
Oh, praise you. Oh, okay, Elder. This is kind of administrative. I usually mail in my tithes and offerings, and I've kind of been hesitant because I follow the instructions of who to put it in care of, and someone other than that person is signing.
Okay, let's make it clear. Are you under a current congregation?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, if you're not under a current congregation and you want to do tithes and offerings, you go to gatheringofchrist.org. Right? You want to pay online?
No, sir.
So
I don't do any business online.
Okay. So you want to send?
I've been sending it for the last 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
But lately, someone named Robin Scott is signing in your stead.
Oh, yeah. The reason why is because, and I'm glad you mentioned that, that particular person
you so much. God
Yeah.
bless you, Thalata. The other thing is that I had my email that was attached to the academy,
Yeah.
and I haven't been to the last couple of academies because they have added a contract as long as a city block, and I do not agree with their terms. I still want to take the class.
Okay,
however,
you don't agree with what terms?
all the terms that Yahoo has put on the having the email.
Okay,
It's,
so
it's as long as a city block. This
okay,
contract.
so this is what I would suggest. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Set up an email through gmail.com, a separate email.
But I don't agree with their terms either. I
know.
I left them.
I know, sister, but if you don't have an email, how are we going to send you the classes?
I'll try a different. What am I trying to say? A different company.
Yeah,
I've been through this with Gmail already.
Yeah, so I'm sorry that you're having these issues. I mean, if you're old as me, you probably got an old AOL account, right?
No, I don't. I started with AOL years ago, but every time I actually read the contracts, and
Yeah.
I don't agree with them.
All right.
So, yeah. So,
well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what to do. On the website, there's an administrative phone number for the main office for the church.
Okay.
You can call us, and we'll have AC, our IT guy, reach out to you. And yeah, so what he'll do is he'll give you better choices when it comes to email based on your privacy concerns. He's good at that.
Yes.
Is that good?
And see, yes, sir. God bless you. But one more thing, I wanted to join up with the Patreon, and they give you an indication that they have a free alternative, but when you go in, they're still asking for payment, and I don't do any business online. So I don't even know how to get around that.
Okay, sister, I got you. You old school. You old school, but
yes.
Hey, listen, we're gonna work around you. We're gonna work around these issues to get you there. Even if I got to make sure I put my credentials in, okay?
All praises to the Most High.
So let's see here. Let me have your first name.
Beverly Yah Israel.
Okay, Beverly Yah Israel. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give this to our IT guy, Anthony, tonight. He'll reach out sometimes before Monday. Probably reach out tomorrow to you. He'll call tomorrow, and he'll help you with your concerns and get you in this academy and Patreon and see what we can do to have you hurdle some of these technical issues, all right, for privacy.
Yes, sir. Yeah, because I'm signed up till February of 26.
Okay,
I paid for the classes for the whole year.
Okay, well, that's fine. Give him this information. He's going to call you tomorrow. He's going to ask you certain questions, and we'll get you in, and, we'll fix it for you, okay?
Oh, praises. Yeah, because I missed my class Sunday. I was like a fish out of water.
I know what. Well, it's fixed. And guess what? I'm going to tell you, that class we did in the academy Sunday was the bomb diggity. I'm going to tell you that right now. And I'm showing my age. I'm showing my age with that term also. Okay.
Well, I'm older than you, sir.
All right. I'm gonna tell you, we went into the spirits that was created. We went into why the Jewish people use the Kabbalah and the witchcraft that comes with it, based on invocation with the different spirits they call on. And guess what? The spirits they call on controls the spirits the Christians call on. So they're really controlling the Christians indirectly through invocation.
Yes, but I just want to thank you so much. I got that King James demonology, the original one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Well, don't worry about it, sister. We'll talk. I got to take one more call.
All right, sir. God bless you.
Bless you. All right.
God bless you, Elder Lawyer. Kwam Yasharala.
Kwam Yasharala. Go on, girl. Shalom.
All right.
Shalom.
Shalom.
All right. 470 area code.
Hi. Hi, this is Cindy. Let me mute. You're still going on my TV, sorry. Hi, this is Cindy from Atlanta. How are you?
Hi, Cindy. How are you?
Good, good. I just had a couple questions real quick about Atlanta because we do have a church here, but it is kind of north of everything and it's hard to get to. So I just wanted to see if maybe someone could email us down here or let us know how we could maybe have another church here.
We can definitely, we're looking into another location on the other side. You know, because, I mean, we're busting out of the seams in that other church anyway.
Okay, okay.
So, I can just keep you updated. But how long does it take you to get to the church there?
Over an hour, probably about an hour 20.
Okay, well that's not too bad considering. I mean, we know
not too bad.
I mean, but eventually, I'll tell you, we are going to spread out into more central areas so that you can go there, right? But in the meantime, just support that one, and I'll work towards that. You have my word on that one.
Okay, sounds good. And then my other question was, how can we be a part of the Royal Academy? Is it online or would it be offered at other churches? And how could we inquire about serving?
What, you a teacher?
Yes.
Oh man, look at that. Well,
but not in the school systems.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine because we have people from all walks of life with different credentials that do have degrees and have worked in the school system, and others who haven't. But if you go on the website, a matter of fact, when you go to gatheringofchrist.org, you'll see a contact thing there, and say that you want to help participate through contact with the I Am Royal classes, and then you will let us know exactly what you would like to provide in services, and somebody will reach out to you.
Okay, come on. Okay, I'm writing that down. I will do that. Okay, thank you so much. And then I was just joking around saying, you know, they just had their peace summit. We need to have our tribe summit 2025.
You know what? That is a great idea. So I think you just hit on something.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, because it's like, hey,
sister,
to see you guys working together, it's amazing.
Sister, you know what we're going to do?
Mm-hmm.
After the Passover, a few months after that, we are going to have a 12-tribe summit. So that we can, listen, because we need to have the political discussions of what's happening where we're from, so to know how to break through spiritually according to the Almighty. We'll talk about the history, the undermining that's happening in the countries where our people are scattered. Boom!
Yes.
Oh, that's the big man. Girl, you don't know what you just did right there.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna.
Hey, I don't even understand how I didn't think about this. The 12-tribe summit. We need to have an open forum with all the people in. And
that is amazing.
It's going down.
It's going down.
Man, that was the most high you just said that.
And this is Tribe again over here.
Is Gocc still here? Or did Gocc disappear? Where you at, Gocc? Where you at? Hey, lawyer, is that a great idea or what? A 12-tribe summit?
Oh, yes, definitely.
An open discussion. That's going to be crazy. Not only can we do an open forum, we can also do an audience that can come in via Zoom or whatever, or we can have it where, like we did with the Passover, where people can actually buy tickets to be a part of it, to visualize it no matter where they are, to have an open discussion based on, now that the Most High have awakened us and what's going on with us politically, how do we resolve and deal with this newfound information, knowing who we are, and how do we go forward to protect ourselves in Jacob's trouble, I mean, there's so many dynamics and talking points we can bring in. We can bring in family. We can bring in the relationships and the dynamics that have destroyed us there. The different societal ills that the governments of the world have put in certain societies to keep us from progressing and coming together. And how we can also help one another.
Yes.
So that each tribe don't think that they're alone in their struggle. How do we unite to a degree to help our brothers and sisters and through all of that, what they're going through? Viewing our people's pain from the outside in. It's easy to look at from the outside and say, well, we would easily do it this way, not being under those same circumstances. I think a 12 tribes forum will help the 12 tribes understand each other more.
Amen. All praises.
Oh, girl, you done did it. Thank you.
More praises. I'm gonna leave my email in the messages. If you need anything, Pastor, any help, volunteer service, let me know. And I also make signs and I do printing. I love to print some banners or anything you guys need as well.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, hold on, the 12 tribe forum. That's gonna be big.
Yes,
I can see that. Cool. And you know people ear hustling, so they're gonna try to do it, but it doesn't matter. We gonna get this done. Right? But hold on.
I'm here.
You heard what the sister said when she said we need this conversation we had, because very little do we come together as tribes to just talk about what's ailing our people politically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's needed now within this awakening where we can, like you said, we're not playing church, we're building a nation, we're building a kingdom of people. So we have to look at it from the political side as well. How we're doing it politically, and what are the problems that we're encountering in our different regions, and why, and how can we then, you get me, develop trade and commerce amongst ourselves and all that stuff.
Yeah, and you know what? You can have it annually, and really we can title it from one year to the next, the state of our nation.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, woo! That's gonna be, sister. Let me get your name again. I'm excited about that.
Yes.
Let me get your name, sister.
It's Cindy Wu. I was trying to send my email, but it keeps connecting to my site. But
don't worry about it, because I got your phone number, Cindy Wu, and you want to help with the I Am Academy, and I'm gonna have somebody call you. I wrote down your phone number.
All praises, all praises. Thank you so much, Pastor.
Look at that. That's going to be big. Thank you, sister.
So thank you, blessings, guys.
Yes, sir.
I've always said it's like within the nation of Israel, within us, we have to start looking at problem solving for us. You get me? From diet to medicine. So, the way we deal with the psychology of raising our children, the way we deal with everything, like I said, man and woman, you get me? And how we deal with each other, brothers. You get me? How we deal with the civility amongst us.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I am 100% in favor of something like that, where we can do it annually or biannually,
And what's good about this, because we can not just make it a forum, we can probably make it a 2-day event where outside of the forum, we still have things like music, festivities, and getting together, bringing all of our different cultures together, food, music, singing, and just, appreciating one another with an event night before we sit down and have the discussion. So, or we can flip-flop it the other way, where it starts off with the forum and it ends the next day where we have a complete event, just highlighting what all the tribes brings to this world and how we have always benefited others, and now to have it all in one place like it once was before Israel was scattered. Man, don't tell me the Holy Spirit isn't going to do something with that. I mean, that's big. I mean, it's one big family reunion, and what we can do from one place to the next, we can have it one year in America. Another year we can have it in Jamaica. One year we can have it in the UK. Just move it around and make it an annual event that everyone is looking forward to. Oh man, I mean, the thing is just popping right now. It's just moving. It's just moving in the spirit. I'll tell you. All right. I'm only gonna take one or two more calls, and that will conclude our night. Because yeah, I'm feeling that. How you doing, Leonard?
Hello?
Yes, Leonard. How are you? The floor is yours. 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. I was calling in to ask a question, but I want to share something with you first. It's dealing with Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I be getting these images that come to my mind when I close my eyes. So I closed my eyes and saw a big cloud coming towards me, and it reminded me of those clouds that Harp was making. And I was like, man, I think God trying to show me something. I said they have something to do with the weather or water or something. And then when I woke up hours later, I seen Jamaica had some type of hurricane or something like that. Isn't that interesting?
That's very interesting. What is your question?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what standing the gap means, and also, do you think Cat Williams is under attack because he trying to help his people as far as movies go?
Standing in the gap is you being in a place in which you're there to defend your people and willing to work in a place where most would fear doing. To be courageous. You're standing in the gap. You're there to protect. You're there to bring forth an offense for those who would harm and a defense for those who would be harmed. That's what standing in the gap is. Right?
Okay.
All right.
Now, would that be you like doing it as a teacher, or is it that saying taking on attacks spiritually?
Well, no. Like right now, when we teach what Christ, he was standing in the gap. That's just that's just more so, it's a figure of speech. It's someone that's willing to, to stand 10 toes down for their people, right?
Okay.
All right, brother. Now, and do you smoke marijuana?
Oh, heck no.
All right. Okay. So no drugs, no substances.
Oh yeah, none of that.
Okay,
what you
my
think
brother.
about the Cat Williams situation?
All right, my brother. You want to make sure. All right.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. Cause hey. I mean, you view things from a different perspective, and you stay prayed up and stay strong. All right.
All right. The water. Shalom, elders.
My brother. Okay. I want to make sure that there was no THC vibrations going on. Right. Closing my eyes and I see clouds. All right, let me make this one call. We get.
Oh, good.
Yo, I'm like, all right now. All right. We're about to go into GOCC after dark. And, I see where this is going.
Oh, good. Yeah, you know that time of night.
I close my eyes and I see clouds. And then I look up on TV and I see these things in Jamaica. Lord, in the morning time.
Hey, listen, it's almost 12 o'clock where I'm at right now.
Hey, man, listen, that's why I stick with these scriptures. Through thy precepts thou get understanding. Therefore I hate every false. As soon as I'm going off the deep end, these scriptures just pull me back. The precepts just pull me in. And I'm like, close my eyes and see that cloud. How you doing, sunshine? It's about time we to fade out of here. Talk to me. Blessings.
Hi, hello, shalom. Oh, wow, Elder. Storm after storm and hit is indeed the consummation of times and Jacob's trouble. No matter where we turn, we can see things fall apart under the powers of this world while the poor stands in the middle of the crossfire. Every form of betrayal is witnessed from top down, from the seedings of the next world war, through political dramas and leveragings and distractions, real life storms, technical or digital, and all this forced upon in multi-level and multiple betrayals we experience from the global and the governmental or even communal and family levels. And the sea of confusion and chaos and noise is relentless and aimed to degrade the peace and motivation of the people, and especially the children of Israel, oppressing the poor righteous man to see if our God will save us out of the multi-layered traumas that they have in store for us who are seeking Christ and the righteous path. And they press on all 12 tribes on every side, hoping for us to break apart or fall apart, and we are wherever we're scattered. But the awakening is here, and they who have lulled us to sleep easily, placating us and using distractions and sin, are terrified. The thirst towards unrighteousness is dulled the more the children of Israel wake up and can see this world for what it really is. And we can now see the nations who have always used us and abused us build generational wealth for their children, and the nations can no longer con us and gloat over us without feeling utterly uncomfortable to face the guilt within that comes from being finally seen by those same blessed people who they've always conspired to destroy, because we are even more grievous to look upon while awake. So all their tactics and are failing, and the rebellious spirit of Benjamin has arisen. The kingly spirit of Judah stands firm, and all the tribes are coming together, sinew after sinew, just as prophesied, on the right side, on a highest time. No matter what the nations do, they're pulled into that valley of Jehoshaphat, and they will drink that cup. And regardless of what patience they've had to plan our demise, their efforts are worthless, a waste and foolishness, because our God is the man of war, and the whole earth is under his foot. So all praises to Ahia.
Oh, there it is.
All praises to the Lord.
And Sunshine is over there. She's in Jamaica too. I think she's in the West Indies too.
West Indies.
And the storm passed
Yes.
over. All right, blessings.
Oh, yes, all praise be
Blessings.
to the Most High.
All right, well, that concludes
Bless
our
you.
broadcast for tonight. There goes Sunshine. And I tell you this, it's time to go to sleep when my Mitri start unwrapping itself. So, Elder Lawyer, thank you for everything you do. I'm excited about where this work goes going forward. That's right, folks. We're going to have the young Maccabees, the young men, stand up in uniformity through the Spirit of the Almighty in the gathering of Christ Church. Keep your eyes on this work. This gospel shall be taught throughout the four corners of the earth, and then the end shall come. Do any of you elders have the last words? Any last words? Are y'all good?
Hey, thanks for having me, Elder. Enough respect, big up to the people them out there in Jamaica and affected by the storm. Stay prayed up, stay in the faith. I know that you will serve the King of the universe, man, and nothing can come against us, against his will. All right, man, enough love, respect, and blessings, man, and see you soon.
That's right. Do not be moved. I heard there's another scam out there. Somebody set up a website, a Bantu ministry, talking about Israel is in Africa, an international scam. They get money to do online stuff, and it's a scam above all scams, okay? Israel is not in Africa. Them people are out of their minds. But of course, as we come close to the end, hey, grifts will ensue. So, hey, be careful out there, folks. Be careful. The scams never end. They got a new Bantu religion where they're telling you Israel is in Africa. A new scam that they can get you, and soon as you pull up the page, in order for you to contact them, you got to send them money. That's the new scam. Oh, yeah, I'll talk to you about Wakanda. All right? Right up under that donation button, And once you donate, we can have somebody call you. Watch out, folks. Watch out. If your teacher, if you can't sit down with your teacher and see where your teacher is going to be and know what they're truly about, be careful. All right? With that, may the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Israel. We are the children of Israel. And yes, we are back. Have a great night. Shalom.
Shalom.
The 12 Tribe Summit. Watch this.
The Arabs and Africans told us to gather our wives and children and sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Gather us in Colombia. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, from the Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. The highest gathering in Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering.